beautiful ladies representing the South African Police Service and the Traffic Department. Looking beautiful men and women who serves this country to the best of their ability. The beautiful parade that you see here is under the leadership of Captain Makhato. Job well done, Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. This is just a dry run. For the sake of those that are recording, and officially started, it is the dry run. Over to you, Commander.
Accessing that way would.
Can we go live now?
Good morning. Goeiemorgen.
On
Dumelang.
the red carpet.
Sanbonani. Molweni. Abusheni. Ndimacheri. A hearty word of welcome to the opening of Limpopo Legislature 2026. I am Captain T.J. Shai, the announcer for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please switch off your cell phone and lower your umbrellas for the duration of the ceremony.
We're standing by for our rehearsal for our Facebook
An
Live.
announcement will be made when the functionary for the event, the Premier of Limpopo Province,
Order for Phophi.
Keida Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, and her entourage.
Oh, that's me. A very good morning to you coming from the Jack Waters Hall in Limpopo, where we wait for the Premier, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, to deliver a State of the Province address. Today is a significant day indeed, and we're standing here with Mr. Hitekane Magweze, my co-host for the day, who will then be taking you through what are the issues that serious issues that the Premier will be deliberating on as he will be in the studio. Good morning, Hitekane.
Good morning, Dandani. Indeed, it's going to be a lengthy day, but a very important day for this province. This address comes just days after the President, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, delivered his State of the Nation's address. Also comes on the same month as we observe and celebrate Human Rights Month and the legacy of struggle heroes like the former late statesman Nelson Mandela, Dandani.
A very significant day indeed. This is an important day on the government calendar, as it also signifies the rising of the legislature, where issues then will start being discussed there in order to make the country run, in order to make policies that talks to job creation, that talks to employment, that talks to growing the economy of the province. And we are here, we are going to bring it live to you. We are your eyes and ears on the ground, and just keep tuned on our DSTV channel 48 Parliament channel, as well as our digital platforms. That will be playing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's how we're going to...
Dr. Phophi Ramathuba will acknowledge the salute. Parade Commander, please.
Out of order! Shoulder! Out of order! General salute! Present! Out of order! Shoulder! Out of order! Order! Out of order! Stand at this!
Thank you, Premier. Ladies and gentlemen, the Premier of Limpopo Province, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, will now inspect the parade. Premier, please.
Out of order! Attention!
Thank you, Premier.
Out of order. Stand at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem will be rendered. All men in civilian clothes will remove their headdresses. All police officials in uniform will salute during the playing of the national anthem. Members who are in the chamber are requested to rise and join in the singing of the national anthem. Parade Commander, please.
Out of order. Attention. Out of order. Shoulder. Out of order. National salute. Present. Out of order. Shoulder. Out of order. Order. Out of order. Stand.
Thank you, Parade Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade will now perform the final compliment in the form of a march pass. The march pass will only be acknowledged by the Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba. The Premier will descend the stage after the march pass. Parade Commander, please.
Let's go. To my right. Move to the right, please. Pressing. High the Them by the left. Sweep. Punch. tsa keno ba re se ka dula ka mo ke tsa ka mo ke ba re se ka dula mo
Oh, no, no. Yeah. Straight here. Yeah, yeah.
so Prof Koma is not here
We come to you live from Jack Bottas Hall. It's 10 a.m. and we are moments away from the 2026 State of the Province Address. Now, the choir you hear behind me reminds us that development moves forward, sometimes tested, sometimes stagnant, but always advancing. Good morning, Limpopo and the rest of South Africa. I'm Itekani Magwedze, welcoming you to this live broadcast on Parliament TV and on our digital platforms. This address follows President Cyril Ramaphosa's State of the Nation's address and takes place during Human Rights Month as we honor the legacy of former and late statesman Nelson Mandela. We'll be joined by my co-host Ndane Munyai, who is on the red carpet. Now, throughout this broadcast, we will be engaging with attendees, reflecting on both milestones achieved and the challenges that remain in government service delivery. Joining us in studio to help unpack issues are economic analyst Mielani Oleni from the ISO Consulting Group. Mr. Oleni, we're doing this again this year. Thank you very much for joining us and welcome.
Thank you very much. And of course, as you put it, it's a sequel. Happy to join and analyze the SOPA for this year based on what we've at least experienced from last year.
Fantastic. Now, we have a lot to unpack in terms of what we can expect of this year and of the Premier in her State of the Province Address 2026. But for the benefit of the people who firstly may have not watched last year and may have not or may not remember the State of the Province Address 2025. Let's talk about some of the key issues that came out of last year's ones, at least for you. We had issues of industrialization, we had the special economic zones that at that time had been very stagnant and we hadn't seen movement. We have issues of energy, jobs, and healthcare and infrastructure development. What is it for you that you remember that you'd like the public to recall before this year's State of the Province Address?
Absolutely, and I think we must frame the context within which the Premier was presenting the speech, almost closing the 6th administration and opening the 7th administration from there. So you'll realize that there were still backlogs that had to be dealt with. There was unfinished business, unfinished projects that had to be taken into the new 7th administration and really be worked on so that it closes the program from there. But what we remember very well is the fact that, obviously, the key things or the theme that the Premier was talking about was inclusive growth, which is something that each and every province and the country currently and the continent as well so desperately needs to grow at a rate where they can create jobs. Of course, the Premier also spoke about, the energy side of things. One of the things that, was quite pleasing was the investment that was going into energy, especially around strengthening the network, the transmission network in particular, which brings, that at least, growth to the industry. Industry will be able to connect to electricity, they will be able to produce. Was that industrialization and beneficiation is supposed to be undertaken in this term and carried forward. So all of those factors from industrialization to beneficiation depend squarely and from the energy side was also on the renewables. There are and should those Mopani projects come to but it will also deliver jobs, which is the Premier was outlining as well. Is also dealing with jobs. We've seen the issues of roads, clogs, that they were working on, and understanding the skills gaps that are there. But happy to know that there is also an academy which is being put forward, which is for beneficiation. So those are some of the key things that perhaps would have come forth. The chronic issue is always around water. And we believe that we'll talk more, the Premier will talk more around how the water question is going to be responded to and what the progress will be from last year to this year, notwithstanding the fact that we've suffered one of the most devastating floods this year.
Now, continuing on what you were talking about in terms of inclusive growth, you'll remember that in the build-up to the 2025 State of the Province address, the National Cabinet reviewed and concluded on the midterm development plan, which of course affected the province in terms of a review of the Limpopo Development Plan. And that's of course the framework and the blueprint of the plans to really springboard the province's economy and development happening in the province going into between 2025 and 2030. You did rightly say that in the beginning of the 7th administration there was a lot that had to be considered in terms of backlog, but there is also new plans that need to be put in place and implemented. You almost get the feel that there's a lot of weight on this administration to firstly complete projects that were backlogged, but also implement new and approved plans to drive economic growth. How much of weight is that realistically for this administration?
So I think, as you've correctly put it, this is towards the tail end of the NDP, which is the NDP 2030, which impacts on the Limpopo Development Plan 2030 as well. So really this administration is only left with 4 years to show the tremendous progress that should have been at least achieved within the year that the NDP was in place. So there's really huge weight, and let's quantify the weight. For instance, if we look at the infrastructure and skills gaps within the province itself, to close that gap, the province would need an additional 220 billion rands to close the gap of infrastructure. Specifically on the roads and infrastructure side, you're looking at about 180. For skills, you're looking at about 25 billion to be able to close that gap. So, and you don't get 220 billion from the fiscus floating around. So, and this is a work of patience which must be carried either over a 5, 10 or 15 or 20-year period. So the weight is really heavy on this administration, which means that there needs to be economic pathways which the Premier as well as the MECs start to explore, so that they expedite the achievement of at least the major milestones within the LDP. So given the fact that you have 220 billion, we have not spoken about education, we have not spoken about health, we have not spoken about the social side. We have not spoken about the policing and the safety and security. So that compounds as well to such a large amount that the province on its own will not be able to carry out or to achieve the LDP fully, except when they look at various pathways of partnerships, of looking at how to source financing from different areas. But the fiscus will not be able to deliver what is required to close those backlogs.
I know we're talking a lot about the economy and parts and fragments of the economy and driving economic growth. But of course, that's only because the success of the province lies heavily on the economy and the health of the economy, which opens up the success of the province in many areas. I know you touched on partnerships, but there's industrialization and SEZs that the Premier spoke about. Just a recap on what you remember the Premier promising and wanting to advance into the 2025-2026 financial year.
So on that note, we remember that those SEZs had been lying dormant for a while. There had been blockages which could not be explained, which we believe that, or at least we've seen that the explanations came forth in the speech last year. And some of those blockages were said to be unblocked as well. So there seems to be progress that is going to take place. So we really expect, to also hear where the progress has been from now on. But of importance, a special economic zone is exactly that, because this is an area that is demarcated specifically to stimulate the local economy. looking at the Musina Makado SEZ is crucial because there is a hint of minerals there, and it's also closer to the Zimbabwean border, which is, the Bait Bridge, that side. So, and there are minerals also being mined in the south of Zimbabwe, which need to find their way to the port. And so the SEZ plays a critical role because if it can get it into gear, it would be able to beneficiate, it would be able to process some of those minerals that would be coming on the road all the way. The Fitahomo as well, SEZ, is crucial because it's also in the heart of the mining sector of Limpopo.
No, Mr. Olen, we'll come back to that. We'll continue. I hear our colleague Tendani has a guest on the red carpet. Tendani, what's going on out there?
Good morning, Hitekani, and thank you. Good morning, Limpopo. We're standing here just outside the Jack Waters Hall, where at least I think I have a vantage point to all the color, all the celebration that surrounds this very significant moment. However, there are serious businesses that needs to be spoken about in this gathering. And with me right now, one of the businesswomen in the province. As you know, that the province is very big on speaking about growing the economy, and I'm just going to welcome Ms. Olivia Maponya, who's from Sandsburg. Welcome today.
Thank you to you, and thank you to the listeners. Good morning.
Thank you so much. What are your expectations today at the State of the Province address to be delivered by Dr. Phophi Ramathuba?
Coming from the transport sector, the public transport sector, my expectation is to see a seamless, integrated transport in the province. We have experienced so much in terms of the infrastructure and in terms of the operations in totality, especially that we are in Limpopo, and the cross-border issues give us more problems as a sector. Understanding that as the province, we are the gateway to Africa, and most of the operators that are coming out of South Africa, they enter to the country through our borders. So that's where we need an integration, a seamless integration in terms of the operations outside South Africa and in what we have in the country.
You know, government has been very intentional in terms of women empowerment, and as a woman in this sector, what do you feel that you have support from government?
We do have support from government. We have a very good relationship with the Department of Transport, being our custodian department. We are engaged with them in so many things, including scholar transport with the Department of Education. We are constantly in talks with them in terms of how we can improve our public transport in totality in the province.
The public-private partnership in terms of stakeholder and government working together to at least get the sectors working together to build the economy. How do you think that we're faring in that regard?
I didn't get that clearly.
In terms of partnering the private sector and government as such in order to build the economy that we would want to see, how do you think we're faring in that regard?
And you know, the ecosystem of transport is very broad, wherein we do have other partners other than government, because government is our primary stakeholder. But other than that, we do have relationships with the OEMs, with the suppliers in our network, and we are engaging more often with them because we still need, as a sector, to grow and also to provide some solution in terms of how we do our business. But what is critical is to us to get everyone else involved within our system.
Thank you so much for your time, and hope you enjoy and get what you need. There you have it, Olivia Maponya Sandsburg, who is in the transport sector. Most will say it's male-dominated, but I think there are strides that government has made to ensure that women are part of that innovation and part of the transport sector and part of the business, part of growing Limpopo. We are now going to talk to a lady who looks like she's really prepared to be here. This is Mashilo Designs. And welcome to the 2026 State of the Province Address. Premier Dr. Ramathuba is going to talk to us as a woman who's in business, who is in Limpopo. What are your expectations?
Oh, I have so many expectations. My name is Bonolo Mashilo. I own a fashion brand called B Mashilo Designs. I actually dress a couple of some prominent women that are in parliament and that have invited me here today. And I think more than anything, I am here to remind them that we need to be supported. Black women are doing major things in business and we need support. More than anything, funding. We need more provision, and in order to deal with what we call unemployment, which is a major contributing factor to poverty, we really need to be lifted and supported. And I think that's what we're here to hear. Budget. How are they going to empower young black women in business more especially? And the women that I dress are part of the women's league, so I'm holding them accountable. Yes, but are you empowering us and helping us grow our businesses now? So I'm someone that's just here as a small to large business entrepreneur, and I really want to hear what's in store for us.
You speak a lot about unemployment and job creation, which is really one of the issues that the people of Limpopo have actually raised as requesting government to at least continue from where they have been doing. In terms of your partnership with government, do you see that happening? And also in terms of the people that are here, any clients of yours who are here?
Yes, I do have clients that I have dressed. I have dressed the Honorable Tebogo Mamrobela. She's a huge supporter of B Mashilo Designs. And I think the major growth that I have experienced this year with government is being accredited to do internships with SETA. They were funding most of my internship programs. It was a huge relief, and I think it focuses more on skills transfer. So I was very happy to be able to transfer the skills and the knowledge that I have to the upcoming youth. So I have experienced just a tiny little bit of support, but definitely looking forward to more programs that will allow us to collaborate more, especially with graduates that need experience and opportunities. So it's out there, it just needs to be enhanced.
Of course, government cannot do it alone. We also need to play our part in order to alleviate it and contribute to job creation. Of course, government cannot do it alone. We also need to play our part and contribute to reducing employment in the province. I would ask, how many women have employed? Who are you taking along so that as you go up the ladder, there are also other women coming up?
Oh, I truly believe in lifting as I rise. I have mentored and trained over 200 fashion graduates. I've partnered with universities such as TUT, University of Joburg, and UP as well to empower the youth. So I think I'm definitely doing my part, and 80% of the youth that I employ are young black women. So I'm very particular about that, but I believe that I'm doing my part and hoping to do bigger as I expand and grow.
Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. There you have it from Mashilo Designs. These are women who are contributing to job creation in the province, who are contributing to elevating young people and ensure that the province continues to move. I'll be handing over to my co-presenter, Hitekane, back to studio.
Well, thank you very much, Tendani. Certainly exciting out there. We also have our own excitement in here. As you can hear, the choir is abuzz and serenading us here inside. I want to, though, before we get into the discussions, while we continue with our discussions, I want to introduce Professor Sam Koma from the University of Limpopo. Professor, thank you very much for joining us. We started without you. Sorry.
Okay, no, thanks for the opportunity.
Welcome, Professor. Thank you very much for joining us. We've spoken a little bit about, and I think it's only fair that I give you an opportunity to recap on some of the major things that you remember that the Premier spoke about in her 2025 State of the Province address. We were together in Lebogomo. I just want, from your recollection, what you would like to recap and update the audience and the people at home about in terms of what you remember.
Yes, so the SOPA 2025, which was delivered by our Premier, Dr. Ramathuba, in part, she reflected on the issue of ensuring inclusive economic growth and job creation. And she said that one of the programs or interventions they've conceptualized and also implemented is the issue of the Musina Mercado Special Economic Zone and also the Dubatsi Fitahomo Industrial Park. And she said that there have been some investments that have been pledged already, and also they were working on clearing regulatory bottlenecks in terms of the designation of these special economic zones. Of course, DTIC is the one that handles the issue of the designation. But she said they are now on course to fully implement this program. So today I expect the Premier to give us an update. What work has been done around ensuring that this special economic zone, that is the Musina Mercado, plus the Fitahomo Dubatsi Industrial Park, will be fully operational, because we can't wait for further delay in the implementation of these two strategic economic interventions. Two, the Premier did highlight that with the Limpopo Investment Conference, which was held also in 2025, there were pledges that were made surpassing the 50 billion rand by various investors, largely in the mining sector, the manufacturing sector, and also agriculture. But you recall that sometime last year, towards the end of last year, there was an investment conference which was held at the Ranch Hotel, where about 45 billion rands was pledged again. I'm expecting the Premier today to indicate that there will be a trickle-down effect of these investments on the ordinary citizens of the province in terms of ensuring job creation. Because we can't afford to have these pledges being made, but the ordinary man on the ground tangibly can't see any benefit arising out of these investments, especially around the issue of ensuring job creation, particularly in these economic sectors that as a province we have a competitive advantage, namely agriculture, mining, and also manufacturing. Because my colleague can attest to that these are the three crucial economic sectors that has a potential to absorb ordinary unemployed individuals because of their labor-intensive absorption ability. So I also expect some highlight around that, but also crucially, Victor, we know that the 2026 SOPA is taking place against the backdrop of this challenge we have around access to running water, plus these water outages that we're experiencing, both rural and urban communities in the province. And also, I expect the Premier, of course, to anchor the address out of the SONA, which was delivered by President Ramaphosa 2 weeks ago, which, in fact, if you read the SONA delivered by the President, it was more action-oriented. Because he highlighted the issue of water crisis, but he said, I'm now taking a lead by setting up the National Water Crisis Committee, which I'm going to chair as the President, to tackle this particular problem. I also expect today that the SOPA, through the Premier, there will be a dedicated focus on the issue of fixing the water crisis facing the province.
Lovely. Now, I think you covered a lot of what we had spoken about, but you added some more, so it was worthwhile giving you an opportunity. Prof, I know you've spoken for a bit. I just want you to touch a little bit on what we're going to speak to now, which is education and education infrastructure. Last year, the Premier spoke about how there are only 19 pit latrine schools left. Now, we know how sensitive the issue of pit latrines is, especially with the case of Michael Komapa in 2014. It's such a sensitive topic for us as a province. And the fact that there's been significant progress made to reducing the amount of schools that have these dangerous, I must emphasize, pit latrines is something to be glad about. But I just want us to touch on how significant the issue of having these pit latrines has been to us advancing in terms of education as a province. I know that most of the danger has been at primary schools, and those primary schools are very essential to building young children and learners that are ready for high school, that are ready for tertiary education, and that are ready for mainstream and feeding into the economy. How critical has that problem been for our advancing of education?
Yes, very crucial question you're asking, Victor. This issue of pit latrines is very sad. The 32 years into our democratic order, we still be sitting with this particular problem, because it goes into the heart of the Constitution in terms of the Bill of Rights. It's about human dignity of our learners.
Yes.
But I'm comforted by what the President pronounced 2 weeks ago. He said we have set aside 1 trillion rands on infrastructure development. So money, resources is not a problem. What we now need, especially in our province, is commitment to ensuring zero pit latrines. We no longer want to talk about a number of pit latrines being reduced and we are headed towards eradication. Because as I've pointed out, there is 1 trillion rand that has been set aside just on infrastructure development as part of ensuring that we are able, of course, through government, to deal with this issue of infrastructure deficit around infrastructure that is required in our schools, but also broadly infrastructure which also caters for the issue of roads, especially in our local communities, the work that is done by the municipalities, and also covering a whole range of other crucial infrastructural development projects. So I expect the Premier to be stern around it, and that speaks to the action that we need. What are the timelines now that we have this funding that has been set aside, and also ensuring that any construction work that is done, there are tighter deadlines put for the completion of this particular project. And of course, just tying up with your initial question, you're right. In 2025 SOPA, the Premier did highlight that in the main, the problem that is faced by the province is the issue of capacity for completion of these infrastructural development projects, where you have instances where funds are now returned to the National Treasury due to this lack of a sense of agency, but also ability to carry out the completion of these projects within the timelines and the allocated resources.
Now, I know you can hear the drum beats from the outside of Jack Botha's Hall. If you just joined us, you are catching us live here on Parliament TV and on our social media platforms for the Limpopo 2026 State of the Province Address. We're continuing unpacking on the major issues that the Premier, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, came out with in her 2025 State of the Province Address, and what can be expected of the 2026 State of the Province Address. I am still joined by my two analysts here, Mr. Oleni and Professor Koma. Mr. Oleni, I'm going to come to you. The beneficiation and the mining academy was a critical thing that the Premier spoke about, especially because it was pronounced by the President, I believe in 2024, late 2024, speaking or announcing that there is going to be such a school. Important because as a province, there are a lot of critical minerals beneath the ground. What would you want to have seen in terms of movement ever since that announcement was made?
Absolutely. So the issue of, I think, beneficiation depends on skills, and those skills is mainly artisans that must be trained. We all know that, in terms of, the national picture, where we look at TVET colleges, those are the colleges that must be producing those artisans in their numbers. One of the things we can lament is the fact that, previously in South Africa, there used to be much more comprehensive artisan development programs, which some of which were linked to the state-owned companies such as Transnet, in the old days Sportnet, in the new days now in terms of Transnet Freight Rail, and so on and so forth. And the mines as well ought to also have had such programs where they were developing artisans. So really, I think the school that or the academy that is being put forward must be premised on training artisans who are going to be boiler makers, to be welders, electricians, mechanical people, and so on. So what we really would like to see is not just a building, but a full strategy that addresses how all of those skills are going to be fed into the college and also be linked with industry, because that is where those skills are going to make the most impact. So for what we have seen is the TVET colleges are not producing at the level that they should. There's very low density in terms of skills. So that is something that, at least from the Premier's speech, working with the education ministries to support the programs of expediting the training of those artisans and putting them forward. The other thing is that the mines as well also need to put together programs where they can absorb these skills that are being trained, or even put money into those programs, because in some of the cases it's really budgetary constraints to be able to train the number of artisans which are required, especially for the mining as well as the beneficiation that's going to come forward. So on the one hand, mining as an activity for us has always been from the, if you want, from the ground, all the way to the port. So now there's an added element which will also need even more sophisticated skills, not just artisans. So you're moving on as well into now going into the scientists that must be there, the metallurgists that must be in place, the mining engineers that must be in place. Obviously the geologists are there. So there's also an added requirement on the skills that are required from them.
So Lenny, I'm just going to stop you there. I understand there's activity on the red carpet, a lot going on there. Tendani, what's going on?
Activities indeed. It's such a vibrant mood outside here at the Jack Waters Hall, where we still are waiting for the Premier to come for the 2026 State of the Province address. Rina bavenda bahashu kheba bo ambara na chivenda bo swika fano utipembera khelino duba ndikwambara nyapa
vakwamba na vonchaveni Johanna Ramdzuli ngavudzulo ndi wanala sigodini.
Baba gai bodoita mini badipfa hani bo mwidziwa ngeli duba line ngo Premier tori ndiko toda bochiwana bo vanenge.
Rine ro ḓo pembelela hulisa mu Premier washu ane oritika ono ri thusa nga chimwana chino.
Vachina vava va china zvifio kha va to ṱalutshedza uri na tshigwada tshavho tshina vhathu vhangana vachina zvifio ngori ndi a ḓivha zwo ri nga mvelele ya Tshivenḓa hu na mitshino minzhi ine ya itea.
Rina vhathu vhane vha khou tshina vha 35 vhane ri gurupana nga tshashu ra ḓa ra ita zwithu zwa sialala ri tshi tshina ri tshi hulisa na musanda washu wa shango ḽashu ḽa Zwigodini.
Va khou ṱoḓa Premier a tshi amba nga mini na musi zwine vha ḓo tou pfha uri ya o amba na nne.
Rina mu Premier ri khou ṱoḓa a tshi amba, ri tshi amba na nga ha muḓagasi. Zwigodini muḓagasi u kha ḓi tou shotha vhukuma na bada havha vha masbaba dzi badani vho kura dzi bada vho ḓa vho kura bada vho ṱhukhukanya tshigonṱiri zwi kha ḓi konḓa ri
tshipelele. Mara hu na zwinzhi zwine muvhuso ono zwi ita na kha masia muḓagasi, a si vhupo vhunzhi vhune a hu tshena muḓagasi, ende muvhuso u kha ḓi amba uri ri kha ḓi o shuma ro farana na lushaka. Ndi khou livhuwa vho swika. We're going to talk to others who have been entertaining our guests out here. You can see how colorful and beaded they are.
Rena re ba dinaga tša mo moletši ka mo moletši ga ramphele lebitso la rena ke dikgwari tša Ralema Traditional Dance Group ke dinaga jwale a le re kudu ka mo tabeng tša setšo re lebeletše kudu gore setšo se sa gabo rena se se ka latlhega ka baka la gore ba re tlhako tša pele mo di gatileng gona tša morago di tla buša di gata ke rena tlhako tša morago ke seta boswana ka ge e le bona ke bana ba baswa ka mokana a bona kudu re lebeletše taba ya gore setšo se sa borena se se ka timela re le dikgwari tša Ralema.
Le ikutlwile jwang le noko gore ba re Premier o re aowa nna nka se bale State of the Province address ba dinaka ba seo?
ya no re kwa re le motlotlo kudu ka baka la gore ke bomme Phophi Ramathuba ke bona the first lady ka mo provinceng ya rena ya Limpopo jwale ka gare ga dinaka tše dintšintši bona tša moletši le mafase a mangwe rena re ikwa re le motlotlo kudu re bile setlhopha se e le gore se ile sa kgethwa le bona ba kgopela goreng naga tšela tša moletši tša ka kua go kgoši kgabo wa boraro a di itle ke nyaka go tsena le tšona ka kua e be bona ba tlang a šara re ikwa re le motlotlo kudu
Setlhopha sa lena se akaretša banna basadi bana le ba baka
setlhopha sa rena se gare se a roropa ka ge re boletše gore ga re nyake go timeletša setšo se sa gabo rena re na le bana ba bannyane palomoka ya rena motho mongwe ka no ba e tsamaelana molao ma 8 ebalo re ganiwa le ba sa ile dikolong ba bangwe re na le ba bagolo bakgekolo ba gona ba e le gore le bona ba ruta ba bannyane gore setšo se se ka latlhega se
setšo sa lena se important of tlhakae
se botlhokwa kwa kudu ka baka la gore setšo ke sona sa gore aga re ka mokgwa re leng ka ona o ya le ka bagolo ba rena ba ba fetileng ba re bontšheditsela gore tsela ke e feng e re tshwanetse go e tshwara gore bophelong ba rena re tle re kgone go tswelela
Ke a leboga. Thank you so much. You saw the color that is here, the excitement that is outside here as we wait for the Premier to arrive and give us that most important address. We'll be handing over to Hitekane Magweze in studio to continue with discussions there.
Thank you very much, Tendani. As you can hear, the choir behind us is serenading us with very good music. Earlier on, together with the choir and the drums that are beating outside, the rhythm of the day, we had some rains taking place here at the Jack Boters Hall. Of course, the rain, as you would know in African culture, symbolized blessing, open heavens, and breakthroughs. And we're hoping that that's what it means for the province of Limpopo. Of course, you would know that Limpopo roads and infrastructure, among other assets, experienced significant setbacks as a result of the recent heavy rains. Roads form one of the major service delivery needs for the people of the province and Limpopo as a whole. Of course, gentlemen, I want to go to roads just a little bit. We know that as a province, we have just a little over 20,000 kilometers of roads and road infrastructure in the province, but almost 70% of that is gravel road. And I think it's important for us to look at it realistically. Is that a realistic amount of roads that we expect or we can expect the government to be able to pave all by itself? Or is there a strategy that's needed in order for us to cover a significant amount of road and make it tar road in the near future? I'll come to you, Prof.
Oh yes, Victor. So earlier on I did touch on the issue of infrastructure deficit that is still facing the province. We have Limpopo Roads Agency. We also have other provincial departments that are also expected to contribute to the whole issue of us being able to clear the backlog around the issue of tarring our roads. Municipalities are also expected to assume that crucial role. But my colleague earlier on touched on the issue of getting the private sector and also investment or capital, but very crucially, expertise. Because this expertise resides in the private sector largely, because it's engineering skills, which is still a challenge and also a shortage in the context of the public sector. So I expect more increased public-private partnerships, right at the level of municipalities, partnering with the private sector to fast-track this issue of ensuring that our roads infrastructure is tackled in a more efficient and also effective manner. But also at the provincial level, through the Limpopo Roads Agency, we need to see increased dedicated focus on ensuring that this particular issue is also resolved. Because the resources are there, but also expertise and also capital resides in the private sector. So through this blended kind of finance, the private sector also contributing. The point you raised earlier around our mining companies, which are residing in the province, and the mining companies are sitting with these cash reserves. They only need collaboration on the part of the municipalities and the province on how to look at the best way to tackle this important issue. Because as the point you rightly raised earlier, it also has a dent on these efforts to grow our provincial economy and ensuring economic development at the end of the day.
Certainly there. Mr. Olena, I want to come to you because annually the province experiences heavy rains. There is a season annually where the province experiences those summer rainfalls, and some of them get very devastating. So we know to expect these rains, we know to expect this kind of weather in its season. Are we fighting a losing battle in terms of road infrastructure? Every year we advance, and when the season comes, we experience shortfalls. And what can be done?
So specifically, the capital budget for infrastructure for Limpopo government per annum is about 7.5 billion. So if you take the fact that 7.5 billion must be spread across the entire province, including roads and other types of infrastructure that are required, if you then carve the number specifically for roads, it becomes a lesser figure, obviously, by about 50%. But then if you get to the fact that whenever we suffer a flood in one annual financial year or one financial year, that one flood cycle, depending on the severity of it, takes you about 9 to 10 billion to be able to restore the roads to the current or at least the state that they were in. So each time you look at the 7.5 billion total capital budget for the province and the fact that the floods, when they come and damage that infrastructure, you need a fresh 9 to 10 billion rands. It's indeed a losing battle, which means that government also ought to look at different ways of constructing such infrastructure, whether, for instance, because we now have a reality of climate volatility, which is something that we have come to live with, but we also need to look at different ways of how to construct that infrastructure so that it can withstand and be more resilient when it comes to the climate volatility that we are experiencing.
Thank you, Mr. Olene. I want us to look at the visuals taking us outside there where the band, it looks like it's the police brass band that is coming in. That road there is Church Street. That's opposite the Jack Bottas Hall where we are in right now. That red carpet that you see there is where the Premier is going to arrive with the Speaker and Deputy Speaker for the procession. Just to give you a look going forward, what's going to be happening there are salutes, starting with the General Salute and the National Salute that will be rendered in song. For the General Salute, just a bit of trivia for you at home. The General Salute will be saluted and observed by everybody who is there outside, including members of the public that are there. But specifically for the General Salute, the National Salute is for everyone. The General Salute will be observed specifically by the Premier. As you can see, the members of the traffic department and the police separating there. The way they're positioned there will be how they will be positioned facing towards where the stage is, which is as you're looking there towards the left, where the Premier, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker will be there, where they will be flanked by the South African national flags there. As you can see, they have stopped and they are, as I had said, facing towards the stage. And this is in preparation for the arrival of the Premier. It's just a few minutes, a few moments really before the Premier arrives. We know she usually arrives, she usually arrives just after 10 minutes before 11 o'clock, where her procession will take place. As you can see, the leaders of the police department there ensuring that the police are standing in order. This is very important because what's going to happen as the Premier arrives, the first thing she will be doing is that she will be assessing the parade to ensure that they are in order and they are in uniform. So just a few minutes, just a few more moments before the Premier arrives, and I want to take that opportunity. It looks like the visuals of the Premier and the Deputy Speakers are there right in front. But just before she walks in, I wanted to have us tie down the expectations, but it looks like they are walking in there. So we'll stay on those visuals. And as I said, she is walking with the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. These are very significant visuals, the visuals of the Premier, Deputy Speaker and the Speaker, because for the first time in the history of Limpopo, it's an all-woman show. Very, very strong visuals there because they are very significant to the history of Limpopo and the history of South Africa and the world really, that women are capable of running government and running it efficiently and effectively. Very, very significant for the people who are at home, for the young girls that are at home watching this, to know that it is possible to lead, and not only lead in a classroom, not only lead in a unit, but also lead an entire province. As I said, what is coming ahead of us now is the inspection. As the Premier arrives there, she is being greeted by the generals, and they're going to be, as you can see, being saluted there by the generals of the South African Police Services, and they're going to take her for a formal inspection. And an inspection is quite symbolic in that it inspects the parade, the two parades that you can see in front there. It inspects or it demonstrates the strength, the readiness, and the discipline of the province's law enforcement and security agencies. As you can see, they are escorting her past the parade there and saluting her up the stage. This is, of course, the third time that the Premier does this. It is her third State of the Province address. She is the first Premier, or the first female Premier for this province, and it is a very significant, indeed significant and symbolic event that the province celebrates. As you can see, she is, as I said, it's an entirely all-woman show there on stage. The Premier, the General, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. A very symbolic picture indeed. And as I said, there will be just now going into the inspection of the parade. As I was just explaining the symbolism of the parade.
gentlemen, the Premier of Limpopo Province, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, will now inspect the parade. Premier, please.
Attention!
No, it's okay.
Yeah, no, like the drone outside.
Oh yeah, like.
Where are you broadcasting? Where are you broadcasting? Which channel? But someone says they're still doing their committee things or something. So I'm wondering. So they are not live yet. Oh yeah.
Let me just, my brother. Sure. I just wanna switch on the. I just wanna switch on the hotspot so I can
Thank
check.
you, Premier.
She figured the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem will be rendered. All men in civilian clothes will remove their headdresses. All police officials in uniform will salute during the playing of the national anthem. Members who are in the chamber are
Honorable
requested to
members and
rise
guests.
and join in the singing of the national anthem. Parade Commander, please.
Hold up, hold up.
Thank you, Parade Commander. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade will now perform the final compliment in the form of a march past. The march past will only be acknowledged by the Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba. The Premier will descend the stage after the march past. Parade Commander, please.
The parade will march past in front of platoon. Platoon on my left, to the front, remain left, to my right, move to the right, please. Rising, on the left, keep, march, hey!
us stand and keep quiet so that we keep the decorum of the House. Thank you.
The Honorable Madam Speaker, the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier.
We shall now take this opportunity to have a moment of silence, prayer, and meditation. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, Kwemore, Absheni, Ndemacheloni, Slochile. Former Premier Chukuma Matavata, Nemhlanje Sivula Nkondla Kubeka Mteto Yaselimpopo Province. So, I'm quoting the former Premier because Ndimundevele. And namhlanje I've chosen the Ndebele to be my theme as the Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature. Honorable members, I will now to go item 2 in terms of the order paper. Honorable members will recall that House Rule 13.1 of the Standing Rules of Order and Orders of the Limpopo Legislature provides that, I quote, the Speaker must inform the House on the date, time, and venue on which the Premier of the province will deliver the annual address, close quote. It is against this background that we inform the House that the Speaker, after consultation with the Premier, agreed that first sitting shall be held at Jack Bottes Hall, Capricorn District Municipality, Polokwane Municipality, today on Thursday, 5th March 2026. In terms of the House Rule 13, read together with Section 2, Subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act 2004, Act number 4 of 2004, and Section 110, Subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, Act number 108, 1996, hereby declare the Jack Bottes Hall and the surroundings as demarcated as the precinct of the Limpopo Legislature. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now move to my next item in terms of the order paper. Where I take this opportunity and distinct honor on behalf of the Limpopo Legislature to warmly welcome all the guests, and on this solemn and significant occasion of the State of the Province address. This gathering stands as a profound expression of our constitutional democracy in action, bringing together the leadership of our nation and province and collective reflection, accountability, and renewed commitment to the advancement of our people. Your presence lends gravitas to these proceedings, and we are honored to convene under the shared responsibility of shaping a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient future of Limpopo. We are privileged by your attendance and look forward to a constructive and forward-looking engagement as the path of our province outlined. Honorable Premier and honorable members, today we are honored. We have got distinguished guests. The hall is full, and I must appreciate that not only those that are in the hall, we also have an overflow where members had their briefing in the Legislative Chamber of Polokwane. It's our overflow. That shows that, indeed, the people of the province were very interested to come and join this gathering. Honorable Premier, I will acknowledge the guests, but I apologize that all people in the hall are most important guests. And if I've not mentioned you by name, I really apologize for that, because this day has got a specific purpose and I can't waste time until we get to that item. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Premier of the province, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, the partner and the family of the Ramathuba who is here. You are warmly welcomed. The Minister in the Presidency, Mayor Maroping Ramathuba, you are warmly welcomed, and the partner as well. Deputy Speaker, you are welcome, and your partners and the family, they are warmly welcome. We welcome a special guest, the Deputy Minister, Ntate Chupu Stanley Matavata, who's here with us. It's our really important guest today. Deputy Minister, you are warmly welcome. We also welcome other Deputy Ministers. We are told that Deputy Minister Dr. Dixon Masemola is here, and Deputy Minister Tandim Raga is here. We are as well welcoming all executive members of the EXCO, MECs and your families, members of the legislature and your families. I must as well acknowledge the leader of government business, leader of the opposition in the legislature, Ntate Lawrence Mapoulo. You are warmly welcomed, and your guests are warmly welcomed. The Chief Whip of the legislature, Ntate Mukhonyana, you are warmly welcome, and your guests as well, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chief Whip, the Whipari, Chairpersons of committees, all honorable members. We are honored today to have members of the Member of Parliament here with us. We are honored as well to receive the Judge President of Limpopo Division of the High Court, Judge Ntate Patudi, and the partner, Reala Morela. I know we have not come alone. You have got other justice members who are here. They are warmly welcomed. We as well welcome former premiers, if they are here. We have invited them, as well as former MECs and former members of the legislature. We have got honorable members. There are people that have made us to be where we are today. Buntate Mashamba, I'm told they are here. Messaramangena, they are here, just to mention the few. Merosina Semenya, I can't mention all of you, but feel welcomed in this sitting today. I take this opportunity to welcome His Grace, Right Reverend Dr. B.Il Khanyane of the ZCC Church and the delegation that are with us here today. It's an honor and privilege for us to host them. We must as well, we are honored to have our Queenship, Queen Masalanabo Mujaji of the Balobedu Kingdom. You are welcoming you. Queen Manyagutulare of the Bapedi Kingdom, Ralebwa Mama, for your presence. Osingobe, the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders, and as well as the deputy, Ntate Khoshi Ramupudu, and your partners and all senior traditional leaders including Kgoshi Moloto specifically, and Kgoshi Radisopela were warmly welcome as the chair of Contralesa and all other senior traditional leaders. We as well have other bishops of other churches, including the Mureri Church, they are here, the bishops of the Elksa, they are here, Evangelical Lutheran Church of Southern Africa, they are here. Thank you so much. There are bishops, there are deans, there are priests, they are here, there are pastors as well. Bu Bishop ba Mureri le bona ba gona, bu Bishop ba Roman Catholic Church, bu Bishop ba other churches as well. You are warmly welcomed. I take this opportunity to welcome you, the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress, Wurumen Musanda Madaji. I as well welcome leaders of other political parties that are present today. We have got the business sector, you are warmly welcomed. I must as well appreciate the presence and the reception we received from the Executive Mayor of Polokwane, Makoro, Johnny Mpe, and your Speaker, and all the MECs. I as well greet all the mayors, all the speakers and executive mayors and speakers and chief whips that are here, and as well chairpersons of the boards. Unfortunately, Honorable Premier, I will have to stop here so that I can be able. Oh, the Makurupechi family, they are here. Makurupechi Manamela and Rapokwana, you are warmly welcomed. Thank you so much. I will now take this opportunity to go to item 4. Item 4, honorable members, I must read it a bit. That is where we are requesting our guests to observe the rules of the House. I wish to bring the following procedural matters to the attention of our guests. These are the rules of the House which must be observed throughout the proceedings. I will not mention all the rules in our book, but I will read out the key ones that our guests should note and observe throughout the proceedings. 1. The area demarcated with red ropes is regarded as the legislative chamber. The other outside chamber is regarded as the gallery. Those who are seated inside the chamber are members of the legislature. The rest of who seated in the gallery are our guests. Guests are not allowed to enter the chamber. Only members of the legislature can participate in the proceedings of the House. Guests shall listen to the Premier's speech and remain silent throughout the proceedings. No interference, no howling, and no distractions, please. When entering or leaving the chamber, honorable members and guests are required to bow to the Speaker, and when they leave, they must do so quietly. Cell phones should be switched off or put on silent mode. No taking photos or selfies when proceedings are on. Those are but some of the basic rules which must be observed throughout the proceeding today. Thank you so much. We now came to the main item of the day. The main item of the day, I now take this opportunity, honorable members and guests, wish to take this opportunity to invite the Premier of the province of Limpopo, Budogodela, Phophi Constance Ramathuba, to deliver the annual address to the people of the province. Honorable Premier.
Africa, zingena ibugigitse gimeta ngasana gimeta ingisani wena ba ingisari zimitha tatimpiri tinaru iwasati lo wasati shitsi wasati wativa timakata yena wasati wasungula Limpopo kuta irangela vamatiko vasala vahlomala ndzivula wena Dr. Phophi Ramathuba wadakaila wamatimba lamarwala ka kuhumelerisa xifundzeni kulusha Limpopo vavutiselena namuntlha va vutisa vaku xana wansati a nga yi rhangela ke i wansati xidzi i wansati wa vutihlamuleri i holobye nkulu voiceless va dzunisa vito ra wena misava hinkwayo na tihosi ku xixima lava matlharile ko va ku vana va gova tinhloko ehansi va ku yi premier ndlandlamuka. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the Legislature.
On a point of order, Speaker, my hand has been up before the Premier speaks. Please.
Okay, I am sorry. Can we provide for the Premier to sit a bit? Honorable Premier, may we request you to sit a bit while we hear the point of order?
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. We just wanted to declare that this House have to conclude that we support the people of Iran and the unemployed people of Limpopo, those who suffer from dirty water, expensive electricity, and unemployment. Thank you.
Honorable Lebogo, we will have a formal sitting on next week, Tuesday, and the matter can be articulated in that sitting properly. Thank you so much. Over to you, Honorable Premier.
Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Dr. Makoma Makurupeje, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Meteboho Mamorobela, the former Premier of our province, my boss, once a boss, always a boss, Ntate Mathabat, the Minister in the Presidency, Minister Marupini Ramathuba, the Deputy Minister Methandi Moraka, the Deputy Minister Ntate Dixon Masemol, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, our host, the Executive Mayor of Polokwane, His Worship Councillor John Mpe, permanent delegates to the National Council of Provinces, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, the members of the National Assembly, Judge President of Limpopo Division of High Court, and other members of the Judiciary. His Grace, the Right Reverend Bishop Dr. B. Lekhanyan, representative of the Mpepo Royal House of the Bavenda Kingship, Her Royal Highness Queen Manyaku Tulare, the acting king of the Bapedi Kingship, Her Royal Highness Queen Mujaji Masala Nabo Mujaji of the Balobedi Queenship, the chairperson of the Limpopo House of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership, Hosi Peningobe, Your Worship, executive mayors, and also mayors who are here, including their PMTs, a representative of the St. Agnes ZCC Church, Bishop Miriri of the United African Apostolic Church, the leadership of my home, the governing party, the African National Congress in Limpopo, from the regional structure to the PC as led by Bamsanda Ruben Madaje, leaders of the opposition political parties, former MPs and MPLs, the stalwarts and the veterans of our movement, the Director General and the heads of departments, Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the heads of Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, leadership of our faith-based communities, the leadership of organized business, of organized labor, of youth structures, of women and community leaders, and all of you distinguished guests, the members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and all the people of my beautiful, vibrant province, Limpopo, Dimacheroni, Towela, Abusheni, Silochile, Huyemore. Good morning.
Sorry, Premier, there is a hand, Honorable Mapolo.
With due respect, I'm not just rising because I like to stand, but the Premier omitted the Dr. Right Reverend Bishop Lekhanyane. She only recognized the Silent Last song.
honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Mugwani. Honorable Mugwani. Honorable Mugwani. Honorable Cooper. Can we please be in order? Allow the Premier to proceed. May you please proceed, Premier.
Honorable Speaker was raised well, and I know how to respect the elders. The Right Reverend knows that very well. Honorable Speaker, we are back in this August House with mixed feelings. Ordinarily, we should begin by reporting back on the work that we have done so far as per our commitments last year. However, circumstances we face today dictate otherwise. We stand here with one eye full of hope and intentions, while the other is wiping tears. Tears of a devastation we have not known in 25 years of history of our province, since the last floods in 2000. Limpopo is a province that knows drought, that knows hard soil, that knows the long road. But in the last 2 months, we were reminded that when the heavens open, they can either bless the land or test the people. And yet, Honorable Speaker, even when the river rises, the calabash still floats. Even when the wind tears up the roof, the home of Butu remains. Because in Limpopo we say, metsi a tlisha bophelo, eumpja ge a feta moedi, a tlisha bohloko. Whilst many were celebrating Christmas in December 2025, our people in Mudrumulle Mokgopong Waterberg, our people in Blowberg Capricorn began experiencing what looked like a passing storm. Unfortunately, it carried a typhoonic force. When the skies finally quietened, houses were destroyed, lives were lost, roads were flooded, and the hope of germinating seeds in freshly cultivated fields was washed away. As we were still counting losses, early January 2026 brought another dark cloud, this time from the Mozambique Channel, pouring relentlessly over the northeastern parts of our province. In Bende Mutare, a mother with a teenage daughter went to fetch firewood, only to find themselves stranded, trapped on what became an island. They were miraculously rescued on the third day. By then, the storm had traced its way deeper into Thulamela, almost following the Mutare and the Ruvubu rivers like a cruel guide. Then the rivers rose faster and higher than self-raising flow. The water surged towards Giani, towards Collins Chabani, and Bapalaburo was never spared. The Klein Litaba, the Salati, and the Lipelle rivers all raised to the Limpopo River, carrying trees and debris. Trees that when they could not pass bridges, simply rested there, blocking roads and creating a bush in the middle of a route that should connect our people to work, our children to school, and our communities to seek care. The aftermath was heartbreaking. Villages that slept in happiness woke up with no houses at all. Mbaula in Greater Guyana municipality became a national focal point of what floods can do and of what government must do when its people cry. Disparate calls came from every direction. A lone woman climbed a tree for network signal, and when the Mopani Disaster Management Center finally received a call, the people of Mbaula were saved through internal help, through the bravery of our rescuers. and also through solidarity of our own people. But we sadly lost a 5-year-old boy, separated from his mother as she tried to clinch to a tree branch for safety. And with 8 or so bridges flooded, the community relied on the legal help that could pass through to reach them. In Sekhukhune district, the Lepelle River also caused extensive damage. In Lepelle Nkumpi, residents of Hamampa were trapped for hours, cut off from the services that others take for granted. Madam Speaker, today we count loss measured not only in infrastructure damages, but also in human pain. 27 lives were lost. Others are still missing or even unaccounted for. The damage amounts to billions of rands. Over 450 roads have been damaged. More than 3,500 houses were destroyed. Schools and health facilities suffered damage and learning was disrupted. What breaks my heart, honorable members, is how some pessimists within our society have downplayed the intensity of this disaster by claiming that we are alarmist and that only infrastructure built in the past 30 years was damaged. We have seen bridges that have been there for years succumbing to the intensity of the floods. Equally, there are resilience in structures like our RDP houses, Tatana Makam, in Mbaula, that remained in place when parts of the village was leveled to the ground. This is testament to the fact that we have begun to build resilient and strong structures that can withstand climate shocks. I narrate these events, honorable members, to remind us that our task resembles that of a story of a prophet Jeremiah, called to rebuild what has been broken, to restore what has been scattered, to lift the fallen and strengthen the weary. The work ahead is massive, to restore dignity, to reconnect communities to economic opportunity, and to allow people to move freely and safely within our beautiful province. We are grateful for the support from the Interministerial Committees on Disaster Management and for the unity shown amongst all our executive mayors, amongst our local mayors, and also amongst councillors, and most importantly, our ward committees across affected municipalities, joining hands in rescue operations, assessing damage, and providing relief packages. We also appreciate the leadership of His Excellency the President, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, who came to our rain-drenched communities, greeting citizens whose houses were submerged in Chakuma, listening to the pain in Giyani, and standing with the people of Mbaula. National government has since thrown its weight behind Limpopo's recovery through the classification of this tragedy as a national disaster. We also welcome the much-needed support from private sector, from civil society organization, and also from organized labor, especially our Federation COSATU. From, more importantly, ordinary people of Limpopo who until now are still donating to restore lives of those who have been displaced. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my political home, the African National Congress and its leagues, for providing leadership in the society. During this difficult time, they garner support for relief in all the affected areas. We saw them mobilizing trucks, individuals, and even collaborating with the private sector to ease the intensity of the devastation and restore the well-being of our people. Rekodibuwa Musanda Bomadaje Abarichile. Our task now is to use the limited resources at our disposal to begin rebuilding after we have reprioritized. We are better prepared to begin this work, and thus we have begun. In the 2025 State of the Province address, after witnessing the floods in 2024 and 2025, we directed the MEC for Finance to set aside a provincial disaster management contingency. And Honorable Speaker, the reserve fund was duly set aside. In accordance with applicable legislation, 1.2% was made available for that purpose. We did this knowing that the response for support from the National Disaster Management Committee takes a while before funds are dispersed. For example, the province and the municipalities have just received, now in February 2026, the 500 million to cover the 2024-2025 floods. So, honorable members, in addition, we are now directing the MEC for Finance, Ntate Khabu Mawai, to make available funds to the provincial departments to cover the urgent recovery and rehabilitation intervention funding requirements for the recent disaster. Honorable members, I must indicate that the flood waters may have moved bridges and roads, but they must never wash away our ethics. In the 7th administration, we said, "Hakuna ndzhawu ya vukungundzwana, hakuna sebaka sa bogodu, hakuna tshifhinga tsha vhuvhava. Daar is geen plek vir enige vorm van corruption. There is no place for corruption, or let me say, floodpreneurs who are currently busy salivating at the smell of these funds." Let me be clear, honorable members. Every rand earmarked for reconstruction will rebuild Limpopo. It will restore dignity of our people. It will reconnect our communities. And we will jealously guard this process against any form of abuse, corruption, and any form of waste. We have put in place a reporting framework as well as a work schedule that we shall monitor on a 30, 60, 90-day basis. In addition, the Office of the Premier will be receiving progress reports fortnightly. Even as we mop the floors, honorable members, we must keep our eyes on the horizon. There is a silver lining. The economic outlook has opened better prospects for Limpopo. We are seeing improvement in the gross domestic product, output, and a decrease in unemployment. This does not mean our work is done. It means our work is beginning to show results. Even amid growing global geopolitical uncertainty, occasioned by the current Middle East crisis, we remain optimistic about Limpopo's prospects. We must take the opportunities in front of us with both hands, rebuilding infrastructure in a way that supports growth, keeping transport routes open for freight and tourism, strengthening municipalities so that services are reliable, and ensuring that procurement supports local business so that reconstruction becomes a platform for job creation, not just a repair project. Honorable Speaker, President Ramaphosa, during his State of Nation address, reminded us that 2026 is a year of memory and historical significance. It marks 70 years of the 1956 Women's March, when brave women laid claim to their dignity and humanity. We also commemorate 50 years of the 1976 Soweto Uprising, not forgetting the 30 years of our Constitution, a Constitution that enshrines equality, human dignity, and freedom. We owe gratitude to the heroes and heroines of our struggle who understood that the mandate of a democratic government is to push back the frontiers of poverty, is to fight inequality, and it's to dismantle unemployment. It is for this reason that we have decided as the 7th administration to name the recently acquired office complex of Department of Social Development after our struggle veteran, the courageous one, and the one of the longest serving MECs, Mayor Happy Joyce Mashamba. Our act of preserving her memory and a reminder that leadership is about service. We may not rename every landmark after every icon, but we will do everything humanly possible to safeguard the memories of those who carried the burden so that we could carry the promise. Honorable members, as the governing party in Limpopo, we draw strength and direction from the ANC's January 8 statement, which reminds us that renewal is not a once-off event, but a daily discipline, rooted in the people, grounded in service and intolerance of corruption. This year, the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. It is a blueprint that calls on us to build a capable state, to defend the gains of our democracy, and to place the needs of the people, especially the poor, at the center of governance. It is upon this that we want to fix the local government and grow the economy of our province. We recall President Oliver Reginald Tambo's words in the January 8 statement of 1979, at the height of apartheid, when he spoke of one country, one people, one government, a government of the people of South Africa. Those words remain relevant even today. We have erased Bantu stance. We have rejected segregation. We have rejected tribalism. We reject patriarchy. But our work continues because underdevelopment was engineered over centuries, and it cannot be done by wishing. It must be undone by planning. It must be done by spending well, and it must be done by delivery. Honorable members, when we began this 7th administration, we did so with a single mind to achieve the following objectives: an inclusive growth and job creation, fighting poverty and reduce a high cost of living, as well as establish a capable, ethical developmental state. This is meant to amplify service provision to all our people. The floods have tested our system, but they have also revealed the courage of our communities, the dedication of our frontline workers, and the power of unity. Honorable Speaker, we are meeting here today mindful of the many questions our people continue to ask, questions that are fair, questions that are urgent, and questions that are practical. Some of them are, where will jobs come from? Where will they come from, Premier? How do we as ordinary people access these job opportunities? How do we know that the commitments made in the 2025 State of the Province Address are now turning into real work on the ground? This section of my address responds directly to all those questions that were posed. In 2025, honorable members, we committed that we would mobilize investment. We will unblock industrialization projects and strengthen enterprise support so that economic participation is broadened beyond a few to many. Today, we return to you to account. Over the past 5 years, Limpopo's economic growth has been inconsistent, characterized by periods of contraction and sluggish recovery, growing just below 2%. This has largely mirrored the national economic performance. However, through increased diversification, our economic growth trajectory has shifted. For many years, Limpopo was South Africa's poorest province, but those days are almost behind us. According to Stats SA, latest income and expenditure survey, poverty in Limpopo has decreased from 66% in 2015 to 47.6% in 2023. The largest reduction of any province in the country. This is not me, it's Stats SA. The GDP data released in October 2025 showed that Limpopo registered the highest growth rate, 0.9%. In the same period, Limpopo rose to become the fourth largest contributor to South Africa's GDP, accounting for 7.8% in 2024. But the residents continue to ask, but Premier, does GDP growth means jobs? Economic growth does not automatically translate to jobs, but it creates the conditions for jobs if it is driven by the right sectors, and if we deliberately connect growth to local employment, skills development, supplier opportunities, and macro, small and medium enterprises, what we commonly known as SMMEs. The current growth has been driven mainly by the tertiary sector, personal services, government services, finance, trade, and mining as the only primary sector. That is why, as we look forward to our target of 2.2% annual growth by 2030, as envisaged in the Limpopo Developmental Plan, we must now expand growth into job-rich and into labor-intensive sectors such as agriculture, mining, manufacturing, construction, and emerging sunrise industry, such as renewable energy and mineral beneficiation. Honorable Speaker, one of the biggest questions we hear from communities is, Premier, those investment conferences, are they real or are they only talk shows? Our investment conference is not about social media content creations. It is about mobilizing investment that can be converted into tangible jobs. Under the theme, Limpopo Rising, Africa's New Investment Frontiers, we hosted successful investment conference in October 2025. We registered 47 investment pledges amounting to 170 billion, surpassing our target of 120 billion. These pledges are directed at the sunrise industries, identifying by the Limpopo Development Plan, identified by the LDP, energy, mining, water, and public infrastructure. From the 2025 pledges, we protect the creation of more than 32,600 permanent jobs and 15,000 temporary jobs. Residents then ask the next question: when will these jobs be created, and how will local people benefit? That is exactly why we are strengthening project follow-up. We are clear that conversion of committed investment remains a challenge due to several issues, including the bulk infrastructure readiness, regulatory processes, land availability, and project preparation. We are therefore directing MEC for LIDED, to intensify post-conference investor engagement, remove bottlenecks, and provide regular progress reports to provincial government so that pledges translate into implementation, and implementation will subsequently result into job creation. We call upon all our municipalities to prioritize these investors when they deal with regulatory approvals, so that we don't spend years waiting for these projects to be realized. In this regard, we want to welcome the final completion of the Invest SA Limpopo One-Stop Shop located at the Limpopo Tourism Agency building, Southern Gateway of Polokwane, which will address the consistent frustration experienced by our investors and also our local entrepreneurs, including our SMMEs, wherein approvals and processes may take too long and at some stage can even be difficult to navigate. The result is delayed projects and delayed jobs. So the one-stop shop will be the hub to accelerate the entire investment value chain by providing key investment and business support services, facilitating processes, and providing specialized advisory services to simplify the business landscape. We have as well launched the Limpopo Investment Prospectus, our investment book, which profiles Limpopo as an attractive destination and showcases our competitiveness in mining, in agriculture, in light manufacturing, in automobile opportunities, and also in digital technology, real estate development, not forgetting tourism. The plan is to avoid being a one-sector economy. When the economy relies on one or two sectors, it becomes vulnerable. Diversification is how we build resilience and expand employment pathways so that a young person in Guyana, a graduate in Toyando, and an artisan in Beggarsford, or an emerging farmer in Zebediela can all find a place in the economy, hence our emphasis on inclusive growth. Honorable members, in September 2025, ESCOM made a ground-shifting commitment to develop the Tubatsi Pumped Storage Scheme, a facility expected to produce about 1,500 megawatt of power capacity and around 21,000 megawatt hour of energy in Fitahomu, Tubatsi local municipality, along the escarpment between the Nebo Plateau and the Steelport River Valley. This was cemented at our investment conference when ESCOM pledged 35 billion for this project to be implemented as a multi-year program. Honorable members, we measure progress not only by plans, but also by outcomes. This is when we answer the question, what evidence is there that jobs are being created? Even though Statistics SA reported a significant decrease in Limpopo's unemployment rate from 35% in Q2 of 2025 to 29.8% in Q3 of 2025 to 28.2% in Q4 of 2025. The reality is that a great deal of work remains in creating meaningful opportunities that lead to sustainable jobs, including for those who have become discouraged and lost hope in their quest to earn a living. However, not all is bleak. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Today, I want us to look beyond percentage. I want us to focus on the impact of the people's life over the past year. When Stats SA again recorded that unemployment in Limpopo decreased from 1,488,000 in Q1 of 2025 to 1,552,000 by the end of the year, an increase of 64,000 jobs. These are jobs These are not merely numbers on paper. They represent real opportunities. They strengthen households and tangible improvements in people's life. The increase in unemployment is evidence that our economic interventions, together with broader shifts in the labor market are starting to produce measurable outcomes. Limpopo remains the 4th largest employer in the country and continues to rank amongst the better performing provinces. Those are facts. The days of being poor are almost gone. We do not suggest that the challenge is behind us, but progress matters. An increase in employment is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate effort, the coordinated action. We will build on this momentum and work with renewed agencies to reduce unemployment further, with a clear goal of bringing it below 20%, and it will happen under the ANC-led government. Warata oba urat. And ensuring that growth in our province is inclusive, it is sustainable, and it is job-rich. Honorable Speaker, last year we directed MEC Matibe to ensure that bottlenecks that held back our very own catalytic projects, the Musina Makado Special Economic Zones, must be removed so that tangible progress is registered. We are delighted, whether you like it or not, to report that indeed we've made strides. With the land now formally transferred to the SEZ and the bulk services work has begun, we have also appointed a new capable CEO who understands these things better than many of us. And he has already started to drive the vision of the province to that era. The current progress is focused on fundamental bulk infrastructure that the investors have always been asking for. Phase 1 of water supply system is underway, honorable members. A contractor for the bulk water supply line has been appointed. Site establishment is now complete. You can go. I was there. It's no longer a bush. Construction has already started. The work, which includes drilling and developing 15 new boreholes along Limpopo River and tributaries, conveying water via the manifold, it's rising again. The second contractor has also begun building a 6 megaliter water purification plant inside the SEZ. A third contractor covering a reserve of an elevated tank to ensure pressure will be awarded within the 4 months. So together, these water projects are planned for completion in the next 25 months, delivering megaliter capacity expected to meet the demands for the next decade, while the Department of Water and Sanitation at the same time is considering the option of building the Musina Dam on the Sand River. Wastewater management, it's also progressing. 2 contractors are scheduled to begin later this month for sewer reticulation network and wastewater treatment plant, with completion targeted within 30 months. Security improvements, which include contractor mobilizing in March 2026 to construct a 6-kilometer perimeter fencing with enhanced features, observation stations, and fire break. So over the next 6 months, we must expect major infrastructure design, be it water, sewage, electricity, roads. I'm a bit worried to say the Honorable might come here and electricity, roads, stormwater, railway link, and broadband, because the pain goes straight to the right chamber of the heart. That's a problem. Yeah, township establishment for the south side will reach public notice in the 2nd week of March 2026. followed by statutory objections. It's your time to object if you want to object, not to wait for us to start construction and start objecting. And tribunal processes to ensure lawful accelerated implementation. Honorable Speaker, we must also report to this House that Fitakhomu Tubatsi Special Economic Zone, I heard from the grapevines that just yesterday, the ministers have met and given it a thumbs up. We're waiting for cabinet. We're waiting for cabinet. All the processes have been concluded. While awaiting designation, as long as it delivers services to the people, election year or not, we are focused on giving people services. Doesn't matter the reason behind. Our people must get services. So while awaiting designation, enabling work has advanced. The township establishment, because we learn from the Musina Makado SEZ, what needs to be done, what needs to be avoided. And I can tell you, the day that signature from cabinet comes, they will find us far ahead because it's already an industrial park. I can tell you that the zone is also exploring new green and advanced manufacturing opportunities. A preliminary business case for vanadium battery energy manufacturing has already been developed with CSIR. Go and check with them. And it's being marketed. And the memorandum of understanding has been signed between the Fitakhomu Industrial Parks, the Valterra Platinum Mines, and Mintech to pursue hydrogen energy derived from our platinum group metals, framed as practical step towards local beneficiation. Honorable members, while we are targeting high industrial output, we have not neglected the small business to ensure that inclusive growth beyond large projects. The province is expanding local enterprise development. You'll remember that last year we called upon MEC Matibe that we are not happy about NILDA having neglected its mandate of supporting our SMEs. I'm proud to report that this past year, 1,842 enterprises, including 1,445 MSMEs and 387 cooperatives, have received financial and non-financial support, such as equipment, market access, formalization, digital literacy, governance, and compliance support. What this does is that it spreads the economic reach and services to local residents, who in turn may employ local people as part of the business expansion. We still encourage our residents to continue using LEADER for any assistance they require with their businesses. Honorable Speaker, Renalimme Ramauka Rose Sino from Hapatla, Makudutamaha Municipality. She's an entrepreneur. She's an SMME who specializes in clothing production. Krauru urukadia parocha sichu, urukadia parocha manyalo, limikiti, ya go fapa. Akarle a tseba hore ka kwa ha borena ko sekhukhune go nyala gona re a nyala le o nyadisa re a nyadisa. Upya Meo wa borena, she was not spared the wrath of the recent floods when lightning struck all her sewing machine, leaving her and her employees without a source of income. She reached out to us. She reached out to us as government. We are currently in the process of assisting her. I guarantee you in this house that in the next 2 weeks, before the end of this month, Honorable Speaker, through LEADER, we will be delivering and replacing those sewing machines. The former premier, my former boss, taught me what premier pronounce is policy. It must be implemented, it's not debated. And I still practice that. But honorable members, to cheer her up and affirm our commitment to her cause, I decided to invite her as my special guest. Thobela Mologadi, if o le gona o ka atamisha batho ba borena. Those who are thinking of getting married soon, we will give her the machines. You must go and get your dresses and your attire to be done. It's for those who wear overalls to make sure that we don't see that they don't understand fashion. She's here to help you out. She's here to help you out. In the next sitting, Mulwadi, here are your customers. Make sure they look beautiful. And we know you have the capacity, Mulwadi. Honorable members, when we said we are going to revive leader, this is what we meant. Serving ordinary people who may not be able to access financial assistance from commercial institutions or also from the banks. So looking ahead for 2026-2027, the province will broaden support to enterprises owned by women, youth, persons with disability, and also our military veterans. And we are going to establish a provincial enterprise development technical committee and a broad-based economic empowerment committee. Ayindawo, it's here to stay in Limpopo to improve coordination and measurable outcomes. So honorable members, let me remind you that agriculture remains the engine for rural jobs, especially through agro-processing. Last year, I stood in this August House and I made a passionate plea when I said, it pains me every time when I drive past the once renowned Zebediela citrus farm, seeing it in its hollow state, failing to rise from the ashes. We are not a government of empty promises, but of action and of tangible results. Just last week, as a follow-up, I went back to Zebediela. This time around, it was not just me and MEC Nakedikekana Sibanda like we always do, but we were also accompanied by our capable, credible women of integrity under the company we hold. Yabo me Glorious Roba, Libo Mezanele Mbeki, Libo Metenji Wemtinch, my mothers, who were officially, no, they don't need us to be where they are. These are women who listen to my plea, and instead of throwing stones, sitting in an armchair, they make a call to say, how can we help you? And we allow them to come, following all the supply chain processes. They don't need Phophi Ramathuba to make a name. They don't need me. They are a name on themselves. So they were officially introduced to Vyatladi CPA beneficiaries as their new investors. To them, it's about the legacy. To them, it's the fact that they were there when CPOs were introduced. To them, when I listened to them, they were sharing with me that when CPAs were introduced, it was not meant to destroy our farms. It was meant to empower people. So they are here to make sure they assist us. Already, farming operations have started, which includes planting 500 hectares of white sugar beans as an early soil preparation. Some of us were questioning who they are bringing beans, no longer a citrus tree. They explain they have got soil experts. The beans are preparing the soil towards a long-term citrus restoration. Because some of you have already started mobilizing that community where they want to change from citrus. And it's going to be harvested in July. And in July, I'm going to take honorable members here, those who always say over our dead body, to go and help them to plant, when we start the first planting of the new Zebediela citrus plantation. Asset protection is already underway, and the installation of approximately 37-kilometer electrical security fence and trenching to strengthen the perimeter. We hope the outcome of this intervention in Zebediela will also mirror the success story that we are beginning to see with the revitalization of the Majeje citrus farm, as an example, which is progressing towards completion by the end of March 2026, with final planting planned to reach 450 hectares. The expansion is already driving increased capacity needs at the Masalal Pack House. It is therefore my pleasure to announce that to this August House, already the project has created 40 permanent jobs and is projected to support 350 seasonal jobs once fully productive. So these successes, honorable members, are dependent on our CPAs. Let's begin to appreciate that as CPAs, we are not farmers. We probably, some of us, know nothing about farming. However, our ancestors have left us with this inheritance, the land. We are landlords, and we must have tenants. We must collect rental. We must share profits. And we as government, through MEC Nakedi Kekan, we are there to help you to collect that rental, to also share that profit. In that way, we shall have sustainable land that will continue benefit us for generations to come. At the same time, protecting food security and creating sustainable jobs. While we are patiently waiting for the review of legislation that governs our CPAs by the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development, I'm glad that my boss is the deputy and he will push the minister because he knows the problem that his people are suffering. We must continue to intervene in stalled projects like the Chivaseti Estate, the Mahubati Estate, and many others who are still looked in the web of CPA versus productivity. Honorable members, not all is lost. Our commitment to follow up on all projects that were pronounced by the 6th provincial government continue to register positive progress. Even though our infrastructure investment at the Hereford Vegetable Cluster, the Tafelkop Farmers Association, has not yet translated into full production potential, structured interventions are being implemented. This will raise productivity through better coordination, input support, and clustered aggregation market system, linked MEC Mabungu to school feeding scheme contracts. The project has already created 62 jobs for 25-26, and our target is to exceed 150 jobs, including opportunities for persons with disabilities. Honorable members, we were clear when we said days of exploring raw materials, be it in agriculture, of exporting raw materials, be it in agriculture or mining, must come to an end. We shall work with industrialists to promote agro-processing. It is against this background that I'm proud to report to this August House that for the first time in that history of Wembe region, if it's not Limpopo, an avocado processing factory, Ecovado has been established and it's fully operational in a village called Dobeni, Collins Chabani municipality. The factory currently processes 5 tons of avocados per hour, creating sustainable market access for local farmers while reducing post-harvest losses. It produces fruit juices, extra virgin avocado oil, cosmetic and skincare products, honorable members. Products are available in national retail stores. So we are calling upon more retailers to see the market potential for these products and many others produced elsewhere in our province. In that way, more jobs will be created. Let's welcome one of my guests, the Managing Director of Ecovado. Mr. Ulisani Mudau was inspired behind the story of the Premier Scheme and decided to process avocado and package them so we can go and get the package one. So veterinary laboratory rehabilitation is at advanced stage. Phase 1 for laboratories in Mukopane, in Lephalale, in Makhado is complete. Phase 2 is planned for 2026 financial year, mainly to support disease control, export readiness, and jobs in the red market value chain. Honorable members, improving on disease control would help the province to curb or control some of the challenges, including the foot and mouth disease that has once again engulfed parts of our province. From the 5th of December 2025, Limpopo had registered foot and mouth disease. We have collaborated with all stakeholders to deal with mass vaccination plan in all of Limpopo. And we must appreciate our veterinary surgeons in our province who have been hard at work to make sure that they kept the spread of foot and mouth disease. As part of revitalization of over 100 non-functional agricultural schemes across the province, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is directed to audit all of them and provide support to bring them back to life. It is our conviction, Honorable Speaker, that using the advantage of land we have, we can spread further the reach by supporting various agricultural schemes in the province, by buying them tractors that will help them to continue expand their operation. We therefore direct you, MEC Mawai and MEC Menakedi Sibanda Kekan, to finalize the funding mechanism for procurement of tractors to support schemes, not just individuals who have access to us. We want the schemes to benefit through this program, and I trust my team. Next year, you will hear when I report, so many tractors have been delivered to the agricultural scheme. So this overarching approach links inclusive growth to strengthen value chains, agro-processing, and broad-based job creation across our villages, township, and towns. Honorable members, infrastructure is a backbone of economic development. This is why in the 2025 State of the Province Address, we made a clear undertaking that infrastructure, especially roads construction and maintenance, will be treated as a backbone of economic development in Limpopo. Out of a total 20,000 kilometers of our roads, only 6,500 are tarred or paved, leaving 13,500 of gravel. These are provincial roads that connect residents to economic activities and also social services. We cannot overemphasize their need to be maintained. Hence, we'll continue to support our #DikhareKhare Wednesday program. Honorable Speaker, today we report to the people of Limpopo on the progress made and what will be delivered next. As part of strengthening internal capacity to maintain those 13.5 kilometers of unpaved roads, the province managed to procure 64 earth-moving machines, whether it's your graders, your compactors, your tipper trucks, your front-end loaders, your trailers, and also all other utility vehicles. This intervention enabled maintenance of 17,669.8 kilometers of gravel roads through regraveling and blading, especially because of the recent floods. We therefore direct the MEC for Finance to find resources to support not only maintenance of the existing, but also augmenting of additional yellow fleet. The Khere Wednesday should continue to rise. Honorable Speaker, we are also pleased to report to this distinguished House that the upgrade of the 33-kilometer Muribeng to Sekgosese Road in the Greater Letaba Municipality District is back on track. Our recent project visits confirmed that only 500 meters composed of the 2 bridges are outstanding. But we can reassure this August House they will be completed in the next 6 months, given their complexity. We are restoring momentum and accountability, more so that this is a road that we took the Premier of the province and the President of the country to go and pronounce on the road. The reality that confronts us as a province is that with current budget constraints, we will never have the required billions of rands to tar or pave the 13,500 kilometers at a go. Hence our approach to appoint 21 contractors to tar 21 projects distributed across all the districts. There's no executive mayor who can say, in my district, we don't have contractors on the 21 projects. We remain committed to the development of road infrastructure across all our 5 districts. Therefore, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, through its entity, Roads Agency Limpopo, will commence this coming financial year the implementation of another 17 new projects in the 26-27 financial year with a total investment of 1.3 billion. I repeat, these 17 new projects, MECD Khere, they must be distributed across all our villages, so that even if I'm waiting for a road, when I see that it's not happening in one area only, I will be confident that Ieza Nakum Yemin. So this is in addition to the 21 new road upgrades projects and the 22 maintenance projects currently being implemented during the 25-26 financial year. So we call upon our people to be patient. Your turn will come, one village at a time, until all our villages will have access to quality roads and bridges. Honorable members, we are also encouraged by the public-private partnership model of addressing the backlog. We have recently completed the landmark Steelport Bridge, Hamulekana in Fitago Mutiwat. Hamalekan. At least you are progressive for once. Hamalekan. A product of partnership with the Eastern Limb Mines, who contributed 90% of funding, while government contributed 10% through Road Agency Limpopo. Thankfully, this partnership is continuing, Honorable Member, as witnessed by the recent signing of another MOU to to maintain the portion of Matlahari Road, Road D12 from R555 towards Mpumalanga in the Steelport area. On Wednesday, 25 February, in collaboration with Venetia Mine, we handed over a 5-kilometer road between De Vierte and Taaibosch in Blowback Municipality, Taaibosch Municipality, to a contractor. The agreement is that the road should be completed in the next 12 months. We appeal to our community to cooperate with the contractor to see to it that the project is implemented according to the time frames. We believe that this will give us an opportunity to seek alternative funding to the remaining 7.5 kilometers to reach Koshikibi's place. Kwa hakibi ba mohananwa re a tseba hore a re so fitla mara re a tla re sa fetša 5 kilometers. Re tlo fitla ngwa o tlang re tlo fitla. Honorable Speaker, we hope that our recent meeting with the South African National Defence Force will unlock challenges impacting on the Welisizwe Bridge implementation program, especially in the light of the recent floods. The South African National Defence Force has capacity that we require for speedy implementation of the recovery process that we as a province desperately need, like the famous Chinga Bridge. This is the bridge that has recently taken 3 human lives. Even this morning, I received another video showing the bridge overflowing. So we are therefore directing UMEC for Public Works, Roads Infrastructure, to focus not just on Chinga Bridge, but all the other bridges that are responsible for economic activities in parts of our province that have been damaged by our floods. Honorable members, we came to this house previously to request financial support to develop and build the ZCC St. Engenas interchange on the R71 road. This is not our road, it's a central road. But as a province, we felt we will make our own contribution so that we fast-track its implementation. However, we must report that to our disappointment, in the past 2 financial years, the allocations that we have made have been returned to Treasury because of Sandral's procurement delays. We have since elevated the matter to the attention of the relevant minister at national level for the speedy resolution. Government is making steady progress with the relocation of Sekhukhune district government offices from Libuakhomu to Jane Fairs to improve access services and support regional development. Since our pronouncement last year, key technical studies are currently underway, and a 21 million has been allocated for the 26-27 financial year to appoint professional team to lead the planning and design of the new offices. Our goal is to complete the designs and prepare the project for construction by 2027, while the finance stream continue to explore sustainable funding options to support this development. Tourism is positioned as one of the Limpopo's fastest routes to inclusive growth because it creates township and village jobs across the value chain. Tour guiding, accommodation, catering, transport, arts and craft event. With global travel rebounding in 2025 and tourists increasingly seeking sustainable nature-based and cultural experiences, Limpopo is well placed to grow market share if tourism is deliberately integrated to sports, arts and culture. By the end of 2025, Limpopo performed strongly in domestic tourism, ranking net second nationally for domestic trips after December, KwaZulu-Natal, Durban. Limpopo, we are competing with them now. The province aims to sustain this momentum through consistent destination marketing and stronger product development. Our key initiative of Tourism Thursday campaign, implemented with local and district municipality to showcase local attraction and stimulate domestic travel. Our province, Honorable Speaker, is also growing its event portfolio. Our well-maintained Peter Mokaba Stadium has played host to PSL Cup final after many years. It has also played SAFA World Cup qualifier after many years. It also has hosted the CAF Games and many other continental games, showcasing our capacity to host high-profile national and international sporting events. Remember, the stadium is maintained in-house. It has not been outsourced compared to other stadiums. It has not been outsourced. We must also talk. However, there's still a need to bid for bigger events beyond sports, beyond national and international conference and convention. This is the more reason that we are directing the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, MEC for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, MEC for LIDED, work with the city of Polokwane to finalize on the matter of the construction of the Polokwane International Convention Center. The ministers are here. When it goes to cabinet, we already have got votes, so we are safe. Let's just use this opportunity to make sure that Limpopo is developed for the better. We have previously, enemies of progress, you will hear them having a problem for us to have an international convention center. Honorable Speaker, we have previously remarked that we need to create a logistic hub here in Polokwane Airport that will assist with various functions and to coordinate the strength of connectivity we have here. We are mandating MECs for LIDED, transport and community safety to finalize the planning process and coordination towards the realization of this vision. On connectivity, Limpopo, we welcome the Fly Safari Cape Town trip. Eastgate, Hoedspruit route, depending on what you call. But we want to make sure that we prioritize stronger collaboration with Fly Safari so that we can see even Polokwane International Airport, the ministers that we're having must fly from Polokwane to Cape Town. It will happen. We are women and men of commitments, not of promises. Entrepreneurs and civil societies are invited to propose eco and cultural tourism projects for partnership, while revised MOU with BRICS and SADC and renewed EU marketing aim to expand international reach. Honorable members, economic growth cannot be separated from social stability. Communities affected by violence, substance abuse, and gender-based violence are communities where children do not learn well. The business do not thrive, and families live in fear. In this regard, we affirm a truth that is too often overlooked. Arts, culture, and sport are not extras in development. They are part of the economic engine of Limpopo, part of social cohesion, and part of how we confront poverty and the high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, we are pleased that we have made progress since the sword turning in 2024 by our Premier Bomatawad. The provincial theatre is on track. You said we always make promises. Go and see provincial theatre. It's on track and it will be completed by 27-28 financial year. having created at least 78 jobs and supported 15 SMMEs. It will be. With its completion of the Limpopo Provincial Theatre in March 2027, mark my words, we are laying the groundwork for its full operationalization. Furthermore, we have committed an additional 18 million to ensure its operational readiness. This will enable the rolling out of theatrical production, film shows, craft markets, and performing arts in partnership with creative structures. Limpopo proudly owns the Linkompo genre as evidence in the national recognition, wherein for the first time, the Metro Awards has included this category in their annual event. This category is from Limpopo. So originated from Linkompo, it's our brand. It's a Limpopo gem. So we root, now honorable members, don't be jealous. You must root out for Shandesh, for Karishma, for Natalie Parker. They are already nominated in various categories of Limpopo, Likompo, and other artists who have diligently raised the flag of Limpopo. Of course, we are still saddened by those that have passed on, those that are still recovering, like Karishma, and those that have passed on, including our very own Dr. Nell. But at the same time, on a positive note, we welcome our queen performer, Makadziwa Borine, as she continues to promote Limpopo through her music and her unique dance moves that you can never find anywhere in the world. I'm, however, concerned that up to date, we have not finalized the creative industry strategy. Therefore, Honorable MEC Jerry Maseko, to make sure that the strategy is expedited by July 2026. Honorable members, education is Limpopo's most reliable foundation for inclusive growth, for poverty reduction, and for lowering the long-term cost of living. It is the bridge between the childhood disadvantage and adult opportunities, enabling people to work, build businesses, innovate, and participate in society with dignity. By strengthening skills and earning power, education tackles poverty at its source and reduces vulnerability to debt, to hunger, and also unemployment over time. We see learner performance improvement as an economic investment that supports the production of scarce skills across sectors. During the term, Limpopo's national senior certificate pass rate increased once more from 85.1% to 86.01%. This is attributed to stronger curriculum delivery, targeted learner support, and improved monitoring at schools at our circuit and district level. Our bachelor passes, let's talk about the quality that you were asking, because we are not only talking about percentage, we are also talking about the numbers. Bachelor passes rose from 41,370 in 2024 to 43,052 in 2025. Increasing the number of learners eligible to further their studies and training, highlighting as a clear pathway out of poverty or for many households. We owe this to the people of Limpopo. The success is not only from us as government. You know that our traditional leaders have adopted schools. We know that even His Grace, the Right Reverend, has got the schools that he is funding 3,000 per child. That is a challenge to to big business, you should do 3 times the 3,000 per land. If you really care about the future of our province and our country. Having registered the above progress, our focus now is performance on the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, our STEM subject. These are the foundation towards building relevant skills that our economy requires. Infrastructure and learning dignity remain our priority. Honorable members, out of 19 priority 1 students who needed urgent sanitation intervention as per our SOPA last year, 15 of them were completed. We are only left with 4 that are already at advanced stage, disturbed by floods. You said we are not finishing, we are eradicating those pit latrines. Polokwane municipality, honorable members, is experiencing rapid population growth due to migration, which has increased pressure on school infrastructure in the Capricorn South Education District. This has resulted in overcrowded classrooms and recurring admission challenges. To address this, we can't postpone this any further. We are directing the Department of Education to make sure that we finalize the planning stage for the construction of new schools and additional classrooms. I've checked with the city of Polokwane. The executive mayor assured me that they've made land available. Therefore, let's build that school which the community of Polokwane is dying to have. Honorable Speaker, 2025 we reported to this August House operational work to improve enrollment and learning conditions for early childhood development, which we had noted its importance in the educational success of our province. We are proud to report to this August House that we have placed priority on improving our ECDs of offering through infrastructure investment, and that to that effect, we have renovated 54 ECD facilities and constructed low-cost ECD centers, including the Masisi site in Wembe District East. Now it has been completed with Mupani East having been planned. So both MECs for Education and Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, during their budget vote, will give you the details on this ECD's infrastructure. A country or a nation that doesn't care of its children do not deserve the future. That's what our forefathers have taught us. Honorable Speaker, we have acknowledged the improvement we have made with the matric pass rate. However, we are worried about where this 41% or so will go. We are directing the MEC for Economic Development Cluster, MECs for cluster, economic clusters to work with MEC for Education, Mema Bungulu Ruri, to revive our goal of reaching the 55 focus school by the end of the 7th administration. We need agricultural schools, we need vocational schools, and we need the schools of technology, robotics and coding. Not every learner is going to be a lawyer. Not every learner will be a doctor or a teacher or a nurse or an engineer. We require more artisans. We require learners with vocational skills to match the demand of our growing economy. Honorable members, our envisaged mining and mineral beneficiation academy in Sikukune district is on the right track, and we will leave no stone unturned until it's realized. A high-level technical committee has already commenced with the designs in partnership with Services SETA Education Training Authority, and also the University of Johannesburg, which has agreed to partner with us. The Department of Higher Education and Training, and including mining houses, are also on board. Honorable Speaker, we made a commitment that will work with Tshwane University of Technology, Giani Municipality, and the Department of Higher Education and Training to make sure that Giani campus of TUT established. To date, great progress has been registered, which includes refurbishment of infrastructure. Several key teaching and learning facilities are completed for both staff and students. Based on the special dispensation granted by the Department of Higher Education and Training, 230 students who still need to register have been admitted to the campus across 5 diplomas and honors in education. Honorable Speaker, reliable transport is central towards inclusive growth. It connects people to work, learners to schools, patients to clinics, and producers to markets. We welcome and commend President Ramaphosa for his unwavering commitment to the Limpopo-Gauteng high-speed rail project. It has made it to the SONA. That's a great achievement. Although some may dismiss it as merely an elite venture, let us remind everyone that there is no economy that can grow and develop unless there is investment in infrastructure, particularly mobility and commuting. Its ripple effect is felt by the very same poor and working class, starting with its construction phase where many jobs will be created. Upon its completion, as part of decongestion N1, goods will be moved from road to rail. This action also has a potential to revitalize our small town like Bilabila, Mukopong, Mudimulle, Mukopane, Makado, and Musina, and restore economic activities. When a minibus or a taxi or a bus is involved on a head-on collision with a truck, majority of people who perish, honorable members, in these roads are the very same poor and the working class. So moving goods to rail will not only be providing jobs, but we will also protecting the lives of innocent people who die every day on our N1. In any way, the Marxist-Leninist political economy that I've studied, because I didn't do economy at university, teaches us that when you invest in the infrastructure, the primary beneficiaries of the ripple effects of that development of investment are working class, the poor, and the poorest. So by doing that, we'll be decentralizing development to villages and rural areas. And this is what makes us to continue to chart a course towards a better Limpopo, a better South Africa, where hope flourishes and every citizen play a role in our collective progresses. Honorable members, the Great North Transport is becoming great again. We have put a 3-pillar strategy in place to realize the complete turnaround and permanent financial sustainability for this entity. To date, the leasing pillar of the strategy has worked well, and we are now moving to the bus procurement and fixing pillars. We thank the leasing partners. In the next financial year, GNT will receive all 71 buses purchased by 30 September 2026. The buses will start coming in batches in May 2026. GNT will, at the same time, from May 2026, start fixing and at least 90 buses. Those buses that are there, we've already fixed one, working with the students from our TVET colleges. To this end, GNT has already received the first intake of 10 students from Skukune TVET colleges who are working with their teachers using GNT as a training platform. So the project is tied to clear timelines against which we shall monitor and ensure that all milestones are met as per plan. There is a painful matter regarding former GNT employees' pension. The provincial government takes the matter very seriously. To that effect, we can report that the matter is now with the South African Human Rights Commission, and they are currently mediating through their provincial office. The provincial government trusts that the mediation process will uncover whether the errors were caused by GNT or pension fund administrators. The provincial government will then facilitate payments from the institution which committed errors and omission. The government instructed leader to procure the services of an actuarist to help us determine exactly what happened, by who, to whom, and by how much. All these processes are taking place under our watchful eye, together with the South African Human Rights Commission. Through the bus subsidy program, the province continue to provide affordable, safe, and dependable public transport for commuters, offering direct financial relief to working class families who would otherwise face unaffordable travel costs. From the 1st of April 2025, more than 900 million was invested to sustain 9 negotiated bus contracts. In the previous financial year, over 22 million passengers benefited. And by 30 September 2025, a further 12,454 million passengers had already used subsidized services, demonstrating both the scale and demand and the program's impact. At last, honorable members, we are pleased to report progress in unlocking stalled projects, notably the long-delayed Thohoyandou intermodal facility. Implementation has resumed under the Independent Development Trust IDT. The contractor is on site. The contractor has been given directive to complete the remaining works. The taxi rank is positioned as both a transport and economic asset, expected to improve commuter experience, public safety, and trading opportunities that support township economy. Honorable members, we should begin to appreciate the totality of work we are currently doing to improve safety on our roads, especially during national holidays and other holidays like Easter and festive season. We have had a remarkable Easter campaign that yielded a positive result, including the 2025 Easter holidays, where we experienced 0 fatalities on N1 road. Equally, during December to January festive season, statistics show a 14% reduction in the number of accidents on our roads and 10% decline in road fatalities. However, we still want to emphasize that those who would not observe traffic rules, we shall gladly respond to their invitation to strengthen their behavior. Consequently, road safety will be strengthened through the planned 24/7 traffic enforcement. We are recruiting 154 additional officers and improved tools and safety system to reduce preventable fatalities. I therefore direct MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Manana Violet Mate, to initiate consultations with our labor forum to say we are going to introduce shift work. Other traffic officers will work during the day. When they knock off, another shift must come in, because most of these accidents are happening at night. When we arrest you for drunken driving, it's because we are protecting your life. When we arrest you for overtaking on a barrier, it's because we love you so much. We don't want you to kill yourself and kill others. So we want traffic officers to work day and night, like all other security cluster professionals. Honorable members, the Limpopo Division of High Court, with its main seat in the Polokwane and local division of Thohoyandou, continues to enhance access to justice in our province. Under the leadership of Judge President Patudi and Deputy Judge President Siminya, supported by 9 judges, the division enrolled 274 serious criminal trials during the 24-25 financial year. These matters, including rape, murder, robbery, and aggravating circumstances, fraud and corruption, reflect the significant burden carried by our courts in addressing violent and complex crimes. The division successfully finalized 125 criminal cases during the reporting period, with 186 matters enrolled in Polokwane and 88 in Thohoyandou. Both seats recorded progress, including serious offenses, securing sentences in the majority of finalized trials. We are reporting this because, honorable members, without a strong judiciary, fighting crime, fighting gender-based violence will just be a fruitless exercise. When we speak, Honorable Speaker, about reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, we must also speak about our health, because illness is very expensive. It takes away income through lost work days. It forces families to borrow for transport and food while caring for a loved one. And it deepens inequality when rural households must travel long distance for services. A healthy Limpopo is a productive Limpopo. And that is why health is not only a social service, but a driver of inclusive growth and economic development. Our commitment towards strengthening tertiary services is meant to improve access to quality health care in our province. We are registering a reduction of costly referrals to Gauteng Academic and Central Hospital, even before we have that hospital. Construction of Academic Hospital is progressing very well. It's currently at 52%. Our teams of specialist clinicians cannot wait for this completion. We recently delivered conjoined twins in Mankweng Hospital. This would be ordinarily a case to be dealt in another province, but it has been done in a rural province, Hanamo Mankweng. I'm confident, honorable members, that our team of capable clinicians who are currently providing tertiary care services to these twins, and they will be able to take care of even future complex operation that the babies will have to undergo. That is why I'm saying to this August House, I'm calling upon the people of our beautiful province Limpopo to pray for both our twins, to pray for our clinicians as they continue to provide that care, which will include a complex operation to separate them. So just pray, because we know the capacity we have, but the intervention of the Almighty is also needed. Honorable Speaker, the need for the attendant Limpopo Medical School has now become critical. That is why we are calling upon the University of Limpopo, the Department of Higher Education and Training, to speed up the construction of the medical school campus. I've checked again even on this one. With the Executive Mayor of Polokwane Municipality, they've already done their part. They've donated the land that is required to build that hospital next to the Central Academic Hospital. This is the university that many doubted many years ago when we established it. Today, we've produced doctors. Some of you have already consulted them, and they've treated you well, and you are sitting here alive and kicking, thanks to the ANC-led government. As committed last year in this House, we are pleased to announce that progress in various areas has been made, advanced. For instance, the advanced technology investment, which included the LINEC linear accelerator and the brachytherapy machines for our oncology patients, the 10 ceiling suspended X-ray units across our district rural hospitals, all maintained at 100% functionality. A 42 million PET scan that we spoke about last year unit has been procured and it's installed in Petersburg Hospital, and the licensing is in progress, equally the staffing underway. We are a province on the move. You won't need to go on N1 to seek health in Gauteng. Utlo ikriya short left Polokwane, short left Mankwe. Honorable Mapo. The Department of Health has completed all outstanding infrastructure projects. Therefore, that moratorium MEC Mashio on building for new clinics must be uplifted with immediate effect. We welcome the partnership with Venetia Mine, and together with the Department of Health, construction work of a clinic, Kuahakibi, a Blowback municipality, must begin this financial year. We can't postpone it any further. We told you what the Premier pronounced, it's policy. You don't question, you implement. Our population is growing, honorable members. The burden of diseases is increasing. Our facilities are failing to cope. Therefore, the MEC for Health is also directed to develop a plan on how new clinics will be built in our province. We need even clinics here in Polokwane, like we also need schools. Because when our cities and towns are growing, and when the population is increasing, services must also be provided. Children's retention on Limpopo has improved its HIV outcome, with retention of antiretroviral therapy rising from 93.5% to 99%. An HIV-free generation is just next door. Children retention, yes. Yeah, this one you can say no, but people are surviving. They are surviving because our HIV program, brought to you by the ANC-led government, it is working wonders. People are rising from the dead. People are surviving. Babies are born HIV negative from HIV positive mothers. What can you say? ARVs are free. Even when Trump tried to do whatever he did, the ANC government came on board, could not cut that program of ARVs. We continue to give ARVs. So children's retention has also improved. So an HIV-free generation is next door. Honorable Speaker, the health of our children remains our responsibility. It is of this reason that, as committed before, another breast milk bank was launched in Mukopane Hospital. In addition to the best breast milk bank in Mankweng, in Letaba, and also in Philadelphia Hospital. Because the ANC-led government is leading.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Premier. Can we please? Okay. Honorable Mwana, I didn't see it. If there is a point of order, please raise a hand. Raise a hand. But I will plead with honorable members that can we please allow the Premier to proceed. Honorable Premier.
We call upon all mothers to donate breast milk, because no child should be denied access to breast milk because of any circumstances their biological mother might be going through, especially after the President has directed the Department of Social Development to work with the Department of Health on the issues of stunting. We are monitoring progress for the construction of Siloam Hospital, which is now at 76% complete, earmarking it for June 2026 completion. Honorable Speaker, during the 25-26 financial year, our department responsible for cooperative governance, human settlement and traditional affairs delivered 3,469 houses and completed 918 services sites against an annual target of 2,923 houses and 1,962 service sites. These outcomes reflect both progress and areas requiring acceleration, particularly in bulk services and connection. Through our work in human settlements and community-based programs, we also contributed to inclusive growth and job creation. 27,448 work opportunities were reported through the Community Works program, and 1,413 jobs were created through housing, construction, and site saving. This is how government spending must work. We must provide services while at the same time expanding livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, all of us will age one day. Therefore, as a province, through our Department of Social Development, we continue to prioritize their well-being. To that effect, 537 older persons accessed residential care facilities. 14,708 accessed community-based care and support centers, while 1,000 older persons participated in active aging programs, our Golden Games, from July to September 2025. For the persons with disability, by December 2025, 284 accessed residential facilities and 3,943 accessed protective workshops. In the 26-27 financial year, the province will expand capacity building for officials and stakeholders, strengthen advocacy, and establish additional protective workshops to reduce exclusion and improve access opportunities. Honorable Speaker, through our social relief program, we respond to disaster. We respond to bereavement. We respond to displacement and to unemployment shocks by assisting 7,903 people with services. While framed as temporary support, it is positioned as a critical lifeline to prevent deeper poverty. Family preservation services were also strengthened through 23 funded child protection organizations, reaching a total of 55,496 family members. This province reports that 150,147 family members were reunified and 26,184 participants in parenting programs. These are not just numbers, these are human beings. These are people who, some of them, if Ms. Radziran, we did not intervene, some of them would have perished. So we want to thank the Department of Social Development to continue with your work. Honorable members, we welcome the declaration on gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. This is an indication that we are a government that cares, and we are worried about the rate at which these cases are occurring. We launched a 100 days gender-based violence and femicide campaign, strengthening victim responses, including support for protection. Teenage pregnancy remains our biggest challenge. It steals the future of our children. It shatters their dreams and takes away their dignity. We therefore direct MEC for Social Development, MEC for Health, MEC for Transport and Community Safety, MEC within all MECs within the social cluster to work in finding solutions to this pressing matter. It is not a one department problem, it's a societal problem. Honorable Speaker, our developmental agenda will remain incomplete unless it includes the most vulnerable sector of our society. This includes women, youth, and people with disability. Research has shown that the need of these sectors remain overlooked. Therefore, we need a deliberate program coordinated by government. In addressing the challenges faced by these vulnerable groups, we will embark on a process of rebuilding, ensuring that it is an inclusive one, to allow ordinary people in Limpopo to assist, to take charge of their lives. This requires labor-intensive methods of execution. We shall set aside 60 million for sustainable livelihood project, which will go a long way in mitigating for current or recurring incidents of this nature. The Office of the Premier is directed to implement an integrated program in the 26-27 financial year. Honorable members, as we alluded earlier on, this is a year of fixing local government. In simple language, it means this is a year to focus on the improvement of provisions of basic services, of water, of sanitation, of electricity, of roads infrastructure, and also of refusal removal. It is as well means professionalizing local government, reducing municipal debts. It simply means it's a year of accountability. We have provided support to all our 27 municipalities in Limpopo with visible progress in compliance and governance, as evidence in the overall improved audit outcomes. While we once more congratulate Executive Mayor Mamidu Pitifo and Executive Mayor Jock Mayeko for recording once more clean audits, both in Capricorn and Waterberg District. We are also encouraged this time around by We are also encouraged this time around by 18 of our municipalities that have achieved unqualified opinions, improving from the 14 we had in their previous financial year. Let me take this opportunity and also congratulate our 4 municipalities that improved from qualified to unqualified. The Blowback, Bilabila, Collins Chabani, Elias Mutwaledi. This is an improvement. At the same time, bravo to those who sustained unqualified audit outcomes. But we are also urging them not to be stagnant, but improve to clean audits opinion in the next financial year. Oksalayo, we don't have a disclaimer, we don't have an adverse. We don't have in Limpopo. We have improved, even Tabazimbi, after our intervention. It is now qualified, it is moving towards unqualified. One day, Tabazimbi will rise and become a clean audit. That is why the 7 municipalities that are remaining with qualified outcomes are a cause for concern. And while we acknowledge those improvements from 10 in the last year, we must also be fair. Qualified audits must not be normalized. They affect credibility, they affect investor confidence, and ultimately service provision. We expect consequence management where it is required, executive mayors and PMT. And we will provide targeted support as the provincial government to address the root causes One day Limpopo will also have clean audits. All our municipalities are on the route to be unqualified. It will happen. We are also confronting municipal debt and illegal electricity usage through coordinated strategies. Municipalities with long-standing debts have entered payment arrangements with both Exocom and water boards, committing to pay current accounts in full while servicing historic debts. This is essential to stabilize services and prevent disruptive
Honorable members,
intervention.
Honorable members, can we please have order, please?
You are making noise. Honorable members, if we can not disrupt, we'll finish. Water is only a service. It's not only a service. It is a constitutional right and a foundation for dignity. It is also an economic enabler. Without reliable water, agriculture, tourism, mining operation, construction, and small businesses cannot thrive. That is why we have developed the differentiated approach in water and sanitation provision strategy, aligned to the Water Master Plan and Limpopo Development Plan, to identify where communities are unserved and underserved, while they remain so that.
Honorable members, Honorable Max, I really have, I hope you will help me. Please assist us. Honorable Mugwane, Magaleadi. Magaleadi, if you have got a point, raise a hand, please. Please. Please.
Honorable members.
Can we now proceed, allow the Premier to proceed? Honorable Premier.
Honorable members, Polokwane is not just another municipality in Limpopo. It is our capital city, the seat of government, the heartbeat of our administration, and the primary economic hub that carries the confidence of our investors, the movement of goods and services, and the daily functioning of thousands of households. Many of the people gathered in this house spend most of their times in Polokwane for work and service delivery responsibility. When Polokwane thrives, Limpopo thrives. When Polokwane struggles, all of us feel the consequences, socially, economically, and institutionally. That is why we raise the matter not to promote Polokwane at the expense of other areas, but because we understand its central role in the broader development of our province. Honorable members, the water challenges in Polokwane have gone on far too long, and we must say it really clearly. The blame game is not giving our people water. Water provision must never be reduced to politics. It must never be reduced to point scoring. It must never be reduced to public quarrels while communities queue for buckets of water. The responsibilities are known. Lepelle Northern Water is a bulk water service provider, and it must provide the bulk services as it is mandated. The Polokwane municipality, on the other hand, has a responsibility to pay for services rendered and to manage its obligations with discipline. Let me be equally also clear. I did my homework. Polokwane does not own Lepelle Northern Water, but the reality remains that each institution must do its part on time and without excuses. Our officials that we have appointed, be it in our water boards, be it in our departments, must stop being politics. They must leave politics to us politicians, and they must do work and deliver water to our people. It is for this reason that the Office of the Premier has found it necessary to intervene directly. We cannot continue to beg each other while taps run dry. Where there are failures of performance and poor coordination or conduct that undermines delivery, we will act decisively. Our residents deserve solutions, not rivals. Honorable Speaker, the matter, while it does not apply to Polokwane alone, but we are worried, and we must still repeat that our officials, our engineers must focus on giving people water and leave us to play politics and not allow to be used by opposition parties to fight the ruling party and government. As we have noted recently, we welcome the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation's intervention after we escalated the matter to her office. She must also act on her boards, because if what they're doing is wrong, it must be condemned. Tomorrow, the 6th of March at 7 o'clock, we will be meeting her and her team to finalize a decisive way forward, to clarify accountability across the value chain, from bulk supply to reticulation, and to ensure implementation timelines which are non-negotiable. We will not rest until water provision is stabilized, coordination is restored. Our Hinomati Friday campaign may have had its sluggish start, but its continuity is something we value and continue to promote. Our people shall drink water. This is a commitment to action. Mopani District Municipality, we've seen you, Executive Mayor, continues to show us how this is done. We are going to make sure that other municipalities follow suit.
Premier, please wait. But we are not going to accept what the DA and the EFF are doing. Please. Honorable members, can we please have order? No, you are not. In terms of the rules, you are not allowed to howl. Can you talk to the rules? Whoever wants to speak, we have got the rules.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Raise a hand. Raise a hand of order.
On a point of order.
Yes, please raise a hand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to correct you when you say the behavior of the EFF and the DA. We don't have the DA and the EFF here. We have members of this provincial legislature. Address us correctly. That's number one. You see, now I'm not that type that is moved by howling. You must tell them, or howling doesn't scare me. Secondly, it's you, it's us who have agreed on the program that at 1:45 would be done. Now it's to 2. So you can't really blame us for getting tired. We are tired of listening to one person, and we are not going anywhere. You can say whatever you want to say. There is nothing you can do. There is nothing. Really, there is nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing you're going to do. All of you, I'm not scared of you. All of you, I'm not scared of you.
Members in the gallery must keep quiet.
You are not even moving me.
Members,
now I'm not scared of you.
Members in the gallery must keep quiet.
I'm not scared of all of you.
Order.
I'm not scared of all of
Order,
you.
Speaker.
Members in the gallery must keep quiet. I've heard your point of order.
I'm not leaving this house.
Speaker,
I'm not leaving this house. I'm not leaving this house. I can't be howled.
Members of the gallery must keep quiet. Can I allow Honorable Mukoni to...
Point of order.
We have heard you, Honorable Mugwand. Can we allow Honorable Mukoni to speak as well?
And I can take you on the whole day.
Can we please switch off the mic?
When I raise up, the speaker must rule on my point, not you.
Honorable Mugwand, can you please switch off your mic?
It's not you.
Honorable, please switch off your mic.
On my point of order.
Okay.
It's not his place to rule on my point of order.
Let me rule on your point of order. Okay. Let me rule.
Speaker,
Let-
I called for an
Let
order.
me rule.
Order, Speaker. I called for an
Honorable
order.
Mkoni, can I speak? You'll come.
Can Mkoni sit down?
Including
Can
your guests.
Honorable
Honorable
Mkoni sit
Mkoni, can you
down?
allow me to?
Honorable Mkoni, sit down.
Including your guests.
Sit down.
You don't threaten
Honorable
me.
Mlapo, order.
Yes, he must sit down.
Honorable Mkoni, sit
Including
down.
Order him to sit down.
Including your guests. I won't be
Please.
bullied by guests here. I'm not scared of all of you. Sit down.
Honorable Mkoni, sit down. Sit down, please. Thank you.
The speaker must make a ruling when my order we move.
The opportunities for you, Madam Speaker, to make a
Honorable
ruling.
Mlapo, you have not
Thank
raised
you,
your
thank
hand.
you,
I will not
thank you,
allow you
thank
to
you. Make
speak.
a ruling, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I want to make a ruling. Can you please keep quiet? Can you allow me to make a ruling? Honorable members, today it's a special day convened for a special purpose. It is convened to allow the Premier of the province to address the people of the province. Can we allow her to conclude her speech? Over to you, Premier.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on governance and accountability, Limpopo Provincial Government achieved 5 clean audit outcomes for the 24-25 financial year. We also obtained the 5 unqualified audit opinion. And this progress, it's rebuilding public trust and tightening controls where weaknesses exist. However, we will not be complacent. Sustaining and explaining these gains requires continuous monitoring, stronger consequence management, and improved internal controls across all institutions. We also note the mixed performance of our public entities. While the Limpopo Tourism Agency sustained a clean audit and Gateway Airports Authority maintained unqualified audit outcomes, regression in RAL and also in the Gambling Board remained as that governance must be consistent across the entire state system. So Treasury must intensify, and it will intensify technical oversight, strengthen financial reporting, and ensure that remedial actions are implemented. Honorable Speaker, traditional leadership remains central to development, social cohesion, and land governance across our province. We have constituted 141 of 203 traditional councils in line with the legislation. The remaining 62 will continue to be supported for reconstitution as we continue to address different challenges they face, ranging from dispute, conflict jurisdiction, and vacancies to court judgment. Honorable Speaker, we also reaffirm our commitment to safe initiation practices. Hence, honorable members, the total number of initiates admitted at various legal initiation schools for 2025 season was 40,217, and out of those, only 2 lives were lost. While 1 life is too many, we commend the work that the coordination that has been done through our provincial initiation coordination committee, together with the House of Traditional Leader and also Department of Coxter. We appreciate that work that you have done. Honorable members, the provincial government is aware of Ingwane case, which is a constitutional matter which has declared Section 25 of our Limpopo Traditional Leadership Institution Act of 2005 as unconstitutional and invalid. This judgment has posed a serious impact and implication on levies of the traditional leaders. That is why I've directed the MEC for Treasury and the MEC for Coxter to come up with sustainable manner to resource our traditional council. I've also directed the MEC for Coxter to disperse funds to certain qualifying traditional authorities after amalgamation of the 3 former homelands. The process is far much advanced, and both MECs during their budget vote will outline further how we are going to fund our traditional council. Whether you like it or not, 80% of Limpopo is under the leadership of traditional council. So we have an obligation to support our traditional councils. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, REIN reminds us that renewal is possible, even after seasons of hardship, after seasons of floods. Remind us that if we do not build a strong channels, we should nourish, what should nourish can also destroy. Our task as the government is to make sure that the gains of growth do not wash past our people, but are carefully directed into every village, into every township and every town through the real infrastructure, through safe communities, through functioning services and an economy that opens doors for women, youth, persons with disability, and those who were too long excluded. Let us leave this house committed to turning focus into delivery, plans into projects, and promise into inclusive growth, into lived reality, so that when the rain comes, it becomes a blessing for all. And when the waters rise, Limpopo stands ready, resilient, and hopeful. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and express my sincere appreciation to the members of Executive Council who have carried their responsibilities with diligence, and the agency, and to our Director General, all our HODs, together with our CEOs of state-owned entities, for providing steady leadership to the administration and guiding our collective efforts in the right direction. Let me also thank the people of Limpopo for their tenacity, for their patience, and also for their support against all odds as we continue to serve them. We appreciate your feedback that you continuously make through our social media pages. We would love to address all the issues that you are raising, but those that you elected into this August House are denying us opportunity to do so. To my family, including my mother and my lovely daughters, who have always my greatest support, I would also like to say thank you. But most importantly, to you, honorable members, I say, ah.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for delivering the 2026 State of the Province Address to the people of Limpopo. Thank you so much once more. Honorable members, I must indicate that when I was doing the acknowledgement, I should apologize that there are other important guests that I could not mention them, but we feel is very important, including the representatives of His Grace, Bishop Dr. Engenasle Khanyani, Muruti Mulukwani, Muruti Rampedi, and Lebarutu Abanang Lebona feel acknowledged. Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Hadebe, and your SAPS delegation, you are acknowledged. Mr. Skonye, Public Service Commissioner, Advocate Kumede, Commissioner of Gender Equality, Mr. Mabidula, South African Human Rights Commission, Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Keledi Limpopo, Independent Electoral Commission, the rep of the Menta IEC, Menka Rumatita, and Tate Sianego, you are here. Honorable members, as the legislature, as when we do our work, we normally have some stakeholders we are able to partner with. When the Premier and the MEC of Education sent out to schools, we visited the school called Dendron High School, which is one of the best schools in maths and science, which always get 100%. The principal is here with us. I'm acknowledging Mr. Temuluko Matsapula, the principal of Dendron High School. You are highly acknowledged. And Yingisan Special School, Butloka Special School, you are here as well. I could not as well acknowledge the academia. We work closely, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Limpopo, Vice Chancellor of the University of Venda, TUT representatives of UNISA, and all higher education institutions of the province feel acknowledged. The LGBTQI community, they are as well represented in this house. Director General, I've heard with your HODs, you were not acknowledged, as well as the Secretary of the Legislature. I apologize for not acknowledging the Secretary of the Legislature and your team. We now go towards closure in terms of the order paper. I will now allow the Deputy Speaker of the province of the Limpopo Legislature, Metebo Poshia Mamrobela, to come and give us vote of thanks as well as announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the House. Today is indeed a great day for the people of Limpopo. The Honorable Premier, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, has set the tone for the provincial government service delivery roadmap. Thanks very much, Honorable Premier, for your leadership. We are certain that the people of Limpopo will receive quality services they rightfully deserve. I also thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Mme Makoma Gracie Makurupechi. We thank you very much. Also, thank you with your family, and also thank you, the family of the Premier. We also want to appreciate the executive, and also want to appreciate and thank the leadership of the ruling party, the African National Congress, Bamsanda Bomataji. We also want to thank our traditional leaders, of course, also our spiritual leaders, also our Chapter 9 institutions, the judiciary. We also want to thank all of you, distinguished guests and media. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion, in particular our most lovely two queens, Manyaku Tulari and Masanabo Kakwamujaji. We also want to thank you, honorable members of legislature, for making this day possible and to make sure that we are all gathering here and telling the people of Limpopo what needs to be heard. And we want to thank all of you mayors and all of you chief whips and all of you speakers and all our guests. And of course, let me thank the ministers and the two deputy ministers. We thank you, our leaders. We also want to thank our families that are here for this day. Thank you for all of our guests, and in particular, Madam Speaker, Arlewa batho ba Limpopo ba ile gore ga le jwate be ba dutse ba theleditse premier wa bona aba botsa gore ka nnete o tlo ba thusha ka eng yana le executive ya gae. Re a leboga batho ba Limpopo o tswela pele le re botsa gore le nyaka eng le gore la re theletša le botsa gore re ta kgona mo kae ene ka nako e kang ka. Announcement, honorable members and our guests. I here informed that on Tuesday, 10 March 2026, the MEC for Provincial Treasury will be afforded an opportunity to deliver the annual provincial budget. The debate on the Premier's address, honorable members, that you are all waiting for, will take place on Thursday, the 12th March 2026. After the adjournment of the proceedings, the Speaker's procession and the Premier shall leave the Legislative Chamber, followed by the MPLs and NCOP's permanent delegates for an official photo session. All guests and delegates shall remain seated until they are ushered out of the chamber by the protocol officials. Honorable members and all guests of honor are invited for luncheon at Bolivia Lodge after the adjournment of this sitting. Arrangements have been made with the traffic officers to escort honorable members and guests from Jack Butcher's Hall to the luncheon venue. Directions to Bolivia Lodge are as follows, honorable members and our guests. Drive along Church Street towards R37, turn right at the first traffic lights after Penina Park, Sasol Garage. Turn right onto the N1 North. Take R71 off-ramp and proceed straight over R71 towards R81. Turn right onto the R81 Munich Street towards the direction of Mall of the North. Honorable members and our guests, if you check your booklets, it also have the information if you didn't get what I've said. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the sitting.
Honorable, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, for the announcement. I take this opportunity to thank everybody who was in this sitting today. Thank all the viewers of 408, 404, those that were at SABC Combo, radio stations, Palapala FM, Ganalona FM, as well as Tobela FM, because managers of the media houses are here and I didn't mention them. Jacaranda FM, NHFM, Kepron FM, we know that as the media houses managers, you have been in this sitting. They've been following us since in the morning and want to thank them. And those that are on social media of the Office of the Premier, social media on the Office of the Legislature. This house, we have been indeed a good audience. This house is adjourned until we meet honorable members on Tuesday, 10 o'clock at Lewakomu Legislative Chamber. Thank you. The sitting is adjourned.
The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, we are live on Parliament TV and across our social media platforms for this special broadcast of the 2026 State of the Province Address. That was the Honourable Premier there giving us a pretty long speech, a bit longer than last year's speech. I think last year was about 27 pages. This year is on 37 pages. A lot to unpack from that speech. That was the bold assertion. In fact, she says the days of being poor are almost gone. That was a very bold assertion by the Limpopo Premier, Dr. Phophi Ramathuba, a speech that can be characterized as resilient, accountability-driven, economically assertive, recovery-focused, and firmly on service delivery orientated. There is quite a great deal to unpack from this address, and in the limited time we have, we will be interrogating its key promises and implications with our guests here. Gentlemen, welcome again. There's a lot to unpack. There's not enough time, but I want to just get your feeling just above on surface value of the speech and the length thereof. The EFF, they're complaining quite a bit on the length. What was your feeling? Let's start with you, Mr. Olin.
Well, I think you're correct in terms of the volume of the speech. The other thing that we can also say is that there's blow-by-blow account of things that are almost happening. So the speech was very narrative. The speech was at least detailed, comprehensive, and sometimes I think it went beyond in terms of what at least should have been included here. But I think most importantly, what the Premier has been able to encapsulate is at least taking the position where we have difficulties within the province. We have areas which are challenges, where she was expressing disappointment, which is quite human of her, as well as aspects of achievement from our side. But there are also other areas perhaps where she was not able to go into much more detail, because perhaps there's no detail or the performance may not have come forth as it should be. So key issues that we can put forward is at least the things she promised last year, the disaster fund, which is something I was looking at, which was almost fortuitous, because right now we have floods again, so the disaster fund should be there to be able to support all of those. The other aspects we can talk about is the issues of energy, which I reflected on earlier, where Eskom has come in quite significantly. The investment conference, the pledges are starting to come through, the 35 billion rands from Eskom to build the Tubatsi pump station. So all in all, I think there's aspects which, despite the volume or in spite of the volume of the speech, she has touched a lot of things, and it's touching people. For instance, I was touched by the lady who is a sewer, who lost her sewing machines, where she said she has invited the lady and they will be supplying those sewing machines there. Economically, I think the province is looking up. A fourth contributor to the GDP, which is excellent, but then it means there's a lot of work to be done to maintain that position.
Thank you, Mr. Olina. We are short on time, so we're going to try and unpack as much as possible with the limited time we have. So I'm going to share topics between the two of you, snapshots. Professor, the fund to respond to the disaster, how impactful do you see that? What do you think about the approach to curb and to really police the fund to ensure that there is no corruption around that? What do you think about that approach?
Yes, thanks, Tendani. So the good thing is that the Premier did not veer off much from the 2025 SOPA. You'll recall that last year she did pronounce that there is a contingency fund that has been established under the auspices of the Provincial Treasury, led by the MEC for Finance, dedicated to respond to the issue of disaster. And the MEC for Finance last year in his budget speech, or provincial budget speech, he did announce the amount which has since been allocated as part of addressing the issue of disaster risk reduction, response, mitigation, and also, of course, the whole notion of ensuring that we build a climate resilient infrastructure. So that was quite laudable, I must say, that at least the province has funding earmarked to deal with these issues around natural hazards and also the issue of disasters that, of course, will be part of us going forward. But I also appreciated the economic part, that this time around, the SOPA address gave us the indicators, the targets, the envisaged outcomes arising out of the investment pledges. There is a figure there of about 32,000 likely permanent jobs to be created as a result of the establishment of the Mutsina Makado Special Economic Zone, and the whole issue of the investment pledges.
Sure, thank you, Professor. I'm just going to give you 30 seconds each. We have run out of time to look at what you think about her statement in terms of the days and the generation of poverty reduction and the lack of jobs and a generation without HIV. There are a lot of very ambitious statements that were made. Just 30 seconds on whether those statements generally are ambitious or are they realistic considering the province we're in? Mr. Olin.
I think the health matters were articulated quite well. So those are vision statements. So if we look at how the Premier today at least was speaking, it was quite visionary, it was quite practical. So a generation which has no poverty is something that is attainable. Why we say that is because Limpopo looks like it's ready to go into the industrialization bus. It is also it's already urbanizing quite rapidly. So with all of those, it means amenities will be closer to the people. But the other aspects as well is the behavioral side.
I'm going to have to stop you right there, Mr. Olin. Professor, just in 20 seconds.
I've always maintained that if the province is able to clear all the regulatory bottlenecks around the designation and the implementation of the 2 special economic zones, the economic spin-offs will come.
Yes.
And this is what I appreciate about this address. I'm inspired in that sense that I'm now able to hold the Premier accountable because she's given us the targets, the figures around job creation.
All right, Prof. Just one last thing. We do this every year. Your rating of the speech, 0 to 10?
Yes, I'm at 8.
At 8.
I'll stick to 8.
Fantastic.
Well. Yeah.
Equal distinctions from the guests on the speech of the Premier. As we conclude today's special broadcast, the real test now shifts from promise to implementation, from projections to measurable outcomes in communities across Limpopo. This is where the true story of this 2026 State of the Province Address will ultimately be written outside the chamber and on the ground. From all of us here at Jack Botha's Hall in Polokwane, from for Parliament TV, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.